Taylor, y'all hop into your Lance. Here we go. Everybody, there we go.
Let me hold up the fan cards.
Okay, fan cards go. Come on, Brownie. More advertisement. Our back to the camera. They taught me not to do that in broadcasting.
That's okay.
Rodney,
Hey, listen, Scott won't get upset at you.
When we come back, we've got trash today, 4 downs, and we'll put a wrap and go over and watch the Tide take on State. This is the next round, brought to you by our friends at Champy's, Highway 119 in Alabaster, from Nashville, Tennessee. This is TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go live now on a Monday. I don't know why I'm in such a great mood, but I am in a great mood.
Why would you not be?
Why would I not be in a great mood? It's been a fantastic couple of weeks. Floribama, then up to Nashville with our friends at Kicking It Coolers and University Fan Cards. And yesterday at Walk-Ons with our friends at Redmont. And we just had a blast meeting so many new viewers and listeners, some that have been with us since the beginning of our radio days that immediately followed us. And I'm always so amazed how they didn't miss a show. They just moved from our old job right with us over here. And we're thankful for every one of you we've met over the last couple of weeks and excited now about what's ahead here in Birmingham coming up Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I mean, we're back in the NCAA tournament business. And when you remodel the old Legacy Arena, the old BJCC, so that you can once again host the NCAA tournament, could you ever imagine that the first time you're back in the NCAA tournament business, you get Alabama for the first time ever as the number one overall seed in program history? And, oh, by the way, we're going to roll you a little Auburn in there, too, as an 8-9 game. Yes, this is the perfect scenario if you're the Birmingham folks who are hosting this tournament.
Oh, man, this city is going to be electric. It will start Wednesday with fan bases traveling in. Wednesday night, Thursday for the games, Friday night, kind of the day off day. Everybody will be downtown watching basketball. And then Saturday should be an incredible session. Very exciting for the city of Birmingham. I'm still, Brown, blown away that we've known for a month plus Alabama was probably going to be in Birmingham as a one.
Right.
But for Auburn, a team that has trended really bad towards the end of the season, 4-9 in their last 13 games, to get a 9 seed, and the higher seed Iowa's got to come to Birmingham, and then you're Houston, the 1 seed, and possibly you've won 31 games, and you've possibly got to play Auburn in their backyard.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. When we were watching it at Walk-Ons, that was one of the most surprising moments. Not that Auburn was in. I thought they would be in the 8-9 game. But when it popped up them in Birmingham, everybody's like, oh, my gosh.
Because you just don't usually, well, I say you don't usually. I mean, this happens to North Carolina and Duke frequently in the history of college basketball.
Not in the 8-9 game. I mean, normally they're a 4 seed that gets to stay home or something like that.
Yeah. But they've been in situations before where they've been a lower seed playing a higher seed, and you're like, why are they getting to play it in their backyard? It's really good for Auburn fans. But here, I said yesterday, everybody's got a certain allotment of tickets, right? But you bring it up. Alabama fans have known a long, long, long time that they were going to be here. The BJCC, the Legacy Arena, only holds so many. So I would imagine Alabama fans have been kicking it, trying to buy some tickets up. Our friends at ATIX, I've had 18 people since this was announced yesterday. Hey, I don't like what StubHub is saying. I don't like what Vivid Seats is saying here. I don't trust them. There's not a lot of tickets out there. We always tell you, our friends at ATIX, the place to go. They're local. They're local guys, and they do this all over the country. It's a tough ticket, and I'm wondering now, other than the allotment, can Auburn fans get in there and turn this into, as our buddy Wendell Green Jr. is saying, make it the jungle in Birmingham?
I mean, Saturday, Lance mentioned, they're going to be in separate sessions on Friday. On Thursday, excuse me. So that's not a big deal. But Lance, Saturday, when they're in the same session, that ticket's going to be outrageous if Auburn is able to advance, obviously. That ticket's going to be outrageous.
If you've got Auburn, Houston, and you've got Alabama, whether it's Maryland or West Virginia.
Doesn't matter at that point,
it will be massive. And I know people, we talked to people in Nashville on Saturday that were at the game with us, and Alabama fans that were looking for tickets, and they said then the cheapest ticket was $475 to get in.
And that was just an Alabama price. That's before Auburn's even there.
Right.
Because I don't know one Auburn fan that thought they were going to be in Birmingham. Do you?
No. I mean,
I think most Auburn fans are like, I'm happy to get an 8-9, don't know where they're going to send us.
You guys were in the corner where we set up at walk-ons yesterday.
Right.
And I don't know if you heard one scream from our table, but it was Lil T. It was Taylor, one of the biggest Auburn fans I know. When she saw, she was like in disbelief. Wait, what? Birmingham?
Yeah.
And then immediately she starts making those texts.
Yeah.
Got to get that ticket locked in.
Oh, boy, good luck.
It'll be interesting. And as landmine believer, as an Alabama fan, we got screwed out of our true home game on Saturday if Auburn won. It went from 80% Bama fans to 50% if Auburn's in the other game at that point.
Well,
it's going to be up to who can do the best job with our friends at ATIX and others and jumping in there.
But keep in mind now, it's the same session. So if Auburn's playing Houston, all the Alabama fans will be in there pulling for Houston, right?
Right.
And whoever Alabama plays, all the Auburn fans will flip and they're for that team.
Yeah,
so it's going to be – he's right about that. I don't know if screwed's the right word, but – it is not going to be your normal home court that you would get as a 1 seed.
It comes down to the who does a great job of buying up all the losing fan base's available tickets at that point.
But you
right?
and I,
you see what I'm saying?
And I think we've all been in a building though where a 1's playing an 8 or 9. And if that game's close at any point, the entire arena turns against the 1.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I mean that was going to happen no matter what.
Yeah, unless you're for that fan base.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
If it's your team playing, you're pulling for them.
In every venue around the country, everyone's cheering for upsets.
The underdog wins the arena no matter where you play. The underdogs, because everybody looks at it like it just makes my side of the bracket easier, or it makes the tournament easier, or I just like the underdog.
Yeah. Chad says, I don't think the selection committee looked at a map of Alabama.
Man, it is so weird.
Is there a chance somebody on the selection committee did? What's the old joke?
Greg Byrne is on the selection committee.
Yeah. But he has to walk out when Alabama's going on, but he knows where Auburn is.
Yeah,
he doesn't think it's Georgia.
He probably walked back in there like, hey, Greg, we finished the Birmingham portion of the bracket there. I know Alabama's going if you want to see who all's there. And he's probably like, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah. People will quickly forget that Auburn played in Birmingham, win or loss. So I'm not saying somebody on the committee took what we would call a payout.
Yeah. Well, Alabama doesn't play in Birmingham that much either.
No.
And they do not play well. I counted back like 9 games in Birmingham since 2000, and they're 3-6.
Wow.
And they're and 2 of those wins is against Samford and Akron. Any of the name teams that they played, they've taken a lot of L's.
Well, they're not going to play a name team in the first round. I will tell you that. That's yet to be decided. We'll know in a couple of days who Alabama plays in that 1/16. Maryland, West Virginia doesn't scare me. And you're hearing most of the bracketologists, most of the experts say that Alabama as a 1 got the easiest draw.
Yeah, and I think that's the case. There's nothing easy about the NCAA tournament. We have said it for years and years since we've been together. To me, it is a lot tougher to win the basketball national championship than it is the football national championship. And I really don't know if that even changes when we go to 12. You see the brackets up there. Thanks to our friends at Redmond Vodka presenting that bracket there on the screen for you as we get ready. Don't forget our final pour. Use the QR codes and jump in there with our friends at Redmond and jump into our bracket challenge. We'll tell you more about that as we move throughout the show today. That is open for you to make your selections now if you already pre-registered, as we encourage you to do the last couple of weeks, but you still have time, if you have not, to jump in there and take advantage of that. But it is just it is so tough to get there. I would much rather be where Alabama is than where Kansas is.
Or Purdue. But Kansas in the West,
we'll jump into the brackets as we move throughout. But to me, the West is murderer's row on trying to make it all the way to the Final Four. So
yeah, and I talked about in our specialty show last night from Walk-Ons with Redmond Vodka that UCLA will walk into the second weekend. I mean, if Alabama is anything short of the Elite Eight, I would be really, really surprised, especially the way they played this weekend in Nashville. Once they get to a regional final, whether it's Arizona, whether it's Baylor, whether it's Creighton, then you got a much more difficult matchup. But Bama has an excellent shot at reaching their first ever Final Four.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the brackets and jump into that after LT tells us about our buddy Dr. B. When we were up in Nashville this weekend, man, they were even Herb when he was on the show with us Friday. When you started talking about Dr. B, I mean, technology has changed since way back in the day when Herb first got some hair assistance.
Yep.
And he had so many questions, and you were able to help him with our buddy Dr. B.
Yeah, and really it's about being preemptive. It's about maintaining what you've got, and it's about growing some hair back. Unfortunately, with age, for most, comes a little hair loss. When it happened to me, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy. I set up that consultation with Dr. Beckenstein and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. It's a game changer. After I got my results, we sat down. We decided to go the non-invasive laser treatment. 14% thicker already. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
All right, so Alabama's the #1 overall seed. That's the first time in program history. LT mentioned that Elite Eight run back in 2004. That's as far as Alabama's ever been, and they've only done that once. They've never been to the Final Four. It's their best chance ever. They go in there now as SEC champions in the regular season for the 9th time, and SEC tournament champions. They've done that for the 8th time with the win over Texas A&M on Sunday, 82-63. But quickly cutting down the nets in Nashville, flying back to Tuscaloosa, gathering to watch the selection show at 5 Central on CBS. Nate Oates quickly put the SEC tournament behind him and started talking about being the #1 overall seed.
We're excited to be the #1 overall seed. Our players have worked hard, accomplished a lot this year. I couldn't be more proud of them for what they've been able to do. We got rewarded with it. It's going to be great to play in Birmingham. We need to put it out there that we need that place packed full of Alabama fans. That's part of the rewards of having a great regular season. We get to play, should be essentially a home game in Birmingham for the first 2 rounds. So let's make sure we pump that up. Let's get the arena filled with Alabama fans.
That's Nate Oates there trying to get them filled with Alabama fans. Boy, they did that at Bridgestone, didn't they? I mean, up in Nashville, he wanted a home court advantage, and you watch some of the scenes from yesterday and other parts of the tournament, but specifically yesterday, and the Tide fans were on the road.
Yeah, Brown, I don't know what you thought, because Kentucky was so abbreviated.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
But now their fans, they still go to the games. I mean, I saw a lot of Kentucky fans in the hotel on their way to the game Sunday morning. I mean, they bought tickets, they stick around.
But I was going to say, I think you could make an argument for a second there were more Alabama fans than any other fan base.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Tennessee was out really quick. Obviously, Kentucky was out really quick. Vandy, you don't see their fans out and about because they live there in town.
Yeah,
But
if they would have
agree.
gotten to the championship game yesterday, Vandy fans probably would have showed up.
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know how many they are, but they would have showed up.
They would have
yeah.
rediscovered basketball.
Yeah, but there you see the confetti going yesterday as Alabama picked up their 2nd championship trophy. Now, let this sink in for you Alabama fans. You cut down the nets the night you beat Auburn as the SEC regular season champs over in Coleman. You cut down nets yesterday as the SEC tournament champions. There's only 2 more opportunities to cut down nets this year. You cut them down when you win your region, the South region, and that would send you to your first Final Four, and then you cut it down if you're national champion. So there's only 4 chances for you to cut down the nets when the season begins. You've done it twice now. The next 2 are historic for your program. You've done these 2 nets before.
Well, you've already hit history. I mean, you've won 29 games for the first time in the program's history. You've done the double dip in the SEC 2 times in the last 3 years. That's hard to do in a league this competitive when you can win the regular season and the conference championship in the same year and do it 2 out of 3 years. This is why Calipari and Kentucky fans are on opposite sides right now.
That was a pretty dominant run through the conference tournament, too. I mean,
it was.
I mean, if you're an Alabama
very
fan,
impressive.
Those last 4 regular season games, you're really nervous the way they were playing. But then, and I brought this up on the specialty show last night, they were 33 of 100 in Nashville behind the arc, and they still dominated and won all 3 games by double digits.
Yeah, but they really good in every second half up there.
Yeah, Missouri early on in the second half, Saturday, made it a game, and Alabama clicked another gear and put them away. A&M just never could get in that game. I mean,
that gear usually seems to be a Brandon Miller sequence of shots.
I agree. And they dominated Mississippi State on Friday. But, A&M, they could really only cut it to like 8 or 10 most of the time. I mean, that was a dominant run by Alabama.
Yeah, so Alabama's your SEC champion. Auburn comes to town. They get Iowa in a matchup that I think they match up pretty good with. We'll talk more about the game and such, but versus Bruce Pearl, reacting to Auburn getting not only in the tournament, but in an 8-9 matchup and getting the opportunity to continue the season, and it being just up the road in Birmingham where there's a lot of Auburn fans that live here.
We played 6 non-conference teams that were in the field. That's the most that Auburn's ever played. And so that's by choice. So by beating Colgate and Texas Southern and Northwestern and playing Memphis and USC and West Virginia, we helped ourselves. And then we played 13 NCAA tournament teams. The most Auburn's ever played was 10. So it was a very tough schedule, which I think is very, very important. I think the other thing, in addition to that, was the fact that even in our losses, particularly at Tennessee or at Texas A&M or at Alabama, we were extremely competitive. And now with the new metrics, you do get rewarded for how you play, not just whether you win. And so, I'm very proud of the team for making the tournament, putting ourselves in this position.
Yeah, so Bruce Pearl and Auburn's in that position. Now they got to take advantage of it. And they play an Iowa team that Bruce is, a program at least that Bruce is very familiar with. He worked with the great Tom Davis up there from 1986 to 92. So that's where Bruce sort of cut his coaching teeth as an assistant on the legendary Mr. Tom Davis's staff.
Yeah, you guys remember Keegan Murray. His brother Chris Murray's their leading scorer. Their offense really good, top 5 in adjusted offensive efficiency. But Fran McCaffrey in 13 years, do you know how many times he's been to the second weekend of the tournament?
I would guess once out of 13.
I'm going to say twice.
Never.
Well, that's good news for Auburn.
He's only won 1 game at the tournament in the last 4 years.
Was he real pissed off about it?
I'm sure he was. And they've lost. I mean, they're 4-5 in their last 9 games, so it's not like Iowa's playing good basketball right now.
That's right. And Auburn's not playing their best either.
They're close.
They're so close, though. You see that potential. So we'll see what Auburn can do. They'll be in town as well on Wednesday. Practice sessions down at the BJCC Legacy Arena, so they'll get an opportunity to get in there and shoot a little bit. Houston, they're a 1 seed. They'll be in town as well. West Virginia's in town, is that right? They're coming to town.
West Virginia, Maryland.
They just played in that facility against UAB last season, so their fans know how to get here. Some familiarity with some of the teams who are on their way to town with that facility down there. We'll continue to break down the brackets. Get your phone calls throughout the show, 205-734-0923. But as we always tell you, the fastest way to jump in with the show is in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, or on Twitter in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive Twitter feed. You can jump in there at Next Round Live on Twitter. You can do that in the chat room as well, where we get a lot of our feedback from you over there on all of our video platforms, whether you're watching on Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, or, of course, on YouTube. Remember to like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up. One more point that Bobby made earlier in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room in just a second. But first, LT, tell us about our great friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. You can also view their online store. Shop there today at brombergs.com.
Rece Davis later on the show. He'll be with us at around 11:45 Central Time after the trash segment. So make plans to be with us a little bit later on. And for some reason you bounce to work or get busy at work or something, you can always get our shows. In fact, you could go back and watch episode 1 back on August 16th, 2021, and see everyone after that. If you just want to sit back and binge watch us one weekend, you can always do that too. Every show's out there forever.
And I think we're on show 4 something.
There we go.
I know we're past 400. I know it. Yeah, Lunsford's agreeing with me.
We
Anyway,
passed 400 without celebrating it?
Well, because Lunsford and I are always on different pages. If you guys would just go with my official count, I've got the
well, the problem is I don't think yours is right.
it wasn't right, and I recorrected.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, with all that said, what would it cost you to go back, not Dunaway, because you'd do it for free, Brown, to go back and watch every one of our shows?
It's going to be a hefty price. I've lived them all. I don't have to go back and watch them again.
I would go back and enjoy it because I think, much like a good show, like I can go back and watch Game of Thrones, go back and pick up things I did not see the first time around. I think I would go back and watch and say, oh, man, we were really good there. I missed that during the show. That was a good comment, a rarely good comment by Brown.
when he had a voice, he could talk.
Yeah, the problem would be, I think you're looking at, I'm trying to do quick math here, you're probably looking at about 3 straight months
of watching.
viewing.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot.
Should we have put that into our it would really be self-deprecating if we made our bracket challenge punishment, that you have to go back and watch every second while awake.
I won't agree. Will not agree. Well, there was something I didn't agree to a couple of years ago. It was like, I can't do it.
Well, I can't get electrocuted, which was really big on your brother's list this year for some reason.
Yeah, I think he's just guessing it's your time to lose, right?
I guess. So I'm not doing that. I mean, the one we're going to eventually settle at some point today or tomorrow, and we'll let you know on what the bracket punishment is, on how the vote has ended up. But I am truly, I told this to my friend Lauren Sisler yesterday. Of all the ones, she was grossed out by the Testicle Festival. Thank you, Chris, for nominating that. He swung by walk-ons yesterday to brag about that. But I told her the one I'm most fearful of, 100%, is the calendar shoot, because I don't want to take my shirt off and have it out there forever. So that's the one I do not want the most.
See, I think that
Which one do you not want the most?
The one I don't want the most. Well, the one that's going to be the most work is the country song, because of the video, writing the song, all that kind of thing.
So I have a book of poems already. I can just pull out of that.
Book of poems.
Yeah, the one I don't, although it is the second easiest, I think the calendar shoot is the easiest. The second easiest is Testicle Festival.
Right.
Like that's the one I don't want.
Like that was the one that was grossing her out. I was like, other than 12 months of me with my shirt off or whatever I'm dressed up as, in a heartbeat, I'll eat those balls all day long as opposed to that.
Wow.
Yeah. Something we haven't heard.
Mark that, Tyler.
I've been
what
to
they
enough,
are. I mean, y'all can say testicles all you want.
I've been to enough random towns. We've got traveling we've still yet to do this summer. All of us. This show multiple times. Got no desire to go to the Testicle Festival.
Which one are you least wanting to do, Brownie?
Probably the calendar shoot.
Same reason? You don't want to take your shirt
I
off?
don't mind that. It's just, it's going to be, I mean, the other two are going to try to embarrass the loser. I mean, it's going to be some embarrassing stuff, and it will live forever.
Forever and ever.
Yeah, I don't think it'll live as long as a country music video.
Yeah, but I think
you got to cast the video. You got to come up with a concept.
Yeah, but people know you're goofing there, right?
Well, the calendar, I think they do too. If you're dressed up like Cupid in a diaper.
People come to the country music expecting to laugh at you. They come to the calendar to degrade you forever.
Forever and ever. All right, Bobby's point over in the chat room is this. The SEC and the Big Ten end up with the same exact number of bids, eight each. And, you know, here we go. The two big power conferences that are creating the most revenue now have the most bids. And I don't know about you, LT. I feel like there'll be more Big Ten and SEC teams surviving that first weekend than we will have the ACC. I'm not sure any ACC teams make it out of the first weekend. They've got, for the first time since only 2 times since 1979 has the ACC not had a 1, 2, or 3 seed. It's only the second time.
Wow.
Other than the year we canceled the tournament.
Yeah, I really don't know how good the conference is because Virginia's tailed off a little bit. I do think Miami's good. I think Duke is playing really well. I think that's one of the reasons people are saying that Purdue got the worst draw for a 1 seed is because you've got a potential lurking Duke team there as a 5 seed. They should have been seeded a little bit higher. Some people think as high as 3. But this is becoming a good Duke team. I didn't believe early but they've got 2 legitimate 7-footers. You've got some experience at guard, and they're playing with a ton of confidence right now. You know, the other Big Ten teams that were expected to get in were possibly Wisconsin, Rutgers, or Michigan. Those were the 3 teams that were kind of in the mix, and those teams played so badly down the stretch, and Penn State turned it on. But I think, I'm not going to say 8 were deserving, but 8 seems about the right number.
The only thing I would say
there's
about
the first
Duke,
4 out real quick, Brownie. Yeah. Rutgers, who you're speaking of, Oklahoma State, and then 2 ACC teams in North Carolina and Clemson.
Yeah, Clemson upset because I think they beat NC State twice this year.
3 times.
3 times, yeah, you're
by
right.
By a total of 65 points.
But NC State gets in and they don't, yeah.
I guarantee you can find an instance like that almost every other year.
The only thing I'll say about Duke is even though they may be playing better, we're judging them against ACC competition now. And if you don't believe the ACC is that good, I don't know how much stock you put into that.
I guess what I would say is Duke is playing their best basketball.
Probably so. Probably so.
Yeah. So a lot of brackets. Go fill yours out. We got a Bud Light poll question. Remember, Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy as well, from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio. Fill out your brackets. We've got an easy link. Lunsford has it set up, nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Also, the QR code's on your screen right now with our friends at Redmont. Thanks for being out with us on Sunday to those that came out. Thanks to all the Redmont folks who came out to us. Tell us about Chuck's Bucks, how we can win $1 million, but other great prizes as well. We'll give you details on that before we tip on Thursday. LT, tell us about Redmont.
Yeah, look, our friends at Redmont, locally owned and operated. We got an opportunity to hang out with them in Nashville a little bit. Really excited about winning Chuck's Bucks. As Dunaway said, it's not just picking the perfect bracket, winning $1 million. It's also about winning other specialized items that we'll give you more updates on as we go. So fill out that bracket. Again, if you're in an office pool, an easy way to manage your office pool is just go through Redmont Vodka in the next round. Use that as your bracket scoring system. Works out for everybody. But ask for it by name. Available now in 22 states. It is Redmont Vodka.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel @NextRoundLive and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's @NextRoundLive on YouTube.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa.birmingham.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Back with you on the next round. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill services you every day. Adam and Chad will tell you. Bobby said the best of the weekend for him is the fact that the NCAA tournament and the selection committee rewarded Birmingham for their money spent on Legacy Arena, giving them both Alabama and Auburn. That's his best of the weekend. You can send us your best and your worst as well right there over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. It's brought to you by Hemp Hill.
Yeah, and our friends at Hemp Hill, I actually heard from Andrew this morning. I've got a new client getting set up for those guys. They're going to be going out to their house tomorrow, but they're offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
All right, couple of other notes quickly in basketball before we get to more best and worst of the weekend. Brown will jump into the chat room and help us with some of those, and you can send them in on Twitter as well, and we'll get to your comments. But it became official over the weekend that McNeese State hired Will Wade. And then reports today, Chris Beard is now the coach at Ole Miss. That story has now developed into that it is a given. He is the next coach at Ole Miss.
Yeah, that's a great hire by Ole Miss as far as what he does on the court. Ole Miss could never hire a coach of that accomplishment level unless he had the type of baggage he's got. So there is a inherent risk there. I do think this is the best time to do this. Here's why. You're going to get the news bump from it today and the criticism that you expected. But the entire college basketball world moves on late Tuesday, early Wednesday to the NCAA tournament. Criticism you'll have to handle for about 48 hours, then it'll be over.
Yeah, I agree.
It's
with
great
Brown.
timing for them.
I think this has probably been premeditated for weeks now. You know, when both parties started to talk and things got closer and closer, hey, let's drop this bomb right when the NCAA tournament is released.
If you have any concern about breaking up the staff in Tuscaloosa, one of the assistants, Buffalo fired Jim Whitesell yesterday. He's the guy that replaced Nate Oates. Quick burn for him. He wasn't able to continue Nate's success there. That Alabama coaching staff, at least one big recruiter, has ties back there. Even goes back and coaches the tournament, whatever that tournament game is, where you play with the hard hats on, whatever they're called, the Buffalo, whatever they are. But
right.
He takes the alum, so it'll be interesting to see where Buffalo goes in that search.
Well, Brian Hodgson is got to be their top candidate. I mean, they're crazy if they're not looking at him.
So UAB's in the NIT. They will play Southern Miss down at Bartow, 6:30 on Tuesday. That Southern Miss team had a great regular season, big challenge. Disappointing game for Andy and the guys in the CUSA Championship, their last in Conference USA. For UAB fans, I know you're very thankful you're moving to the American next year to get out of, just of all things, that location for the basketball tournament. But that Florida Atlantic team is dang good, and they played one of their better games I've seen them play all year. Dusty May's crew looked really good, and they took it to UAB on Saturday night.
I really thought that Andy and UAB, they were going to pull this off. You know, when that number opened up, UAB minus 2.5 against Florida Atlantic. I know it was in Frisco, Texas, so neutral site for both, but you know, I thought that was, you know, the experts showing you that UAB is actually going to win this game and get to the NCAA tournament. But I agree with you. Florida Atlantic played one of their best games of the season.
One of the fastest teams. I played two really good guards.
That'll be a great first-round game, by the way.
And some people are saying they were underseeded at number 9. That Florida Atlantic could have been, you know, it really makes not much difference if you become an 8 seed or a 9 seed. But Florida Atlantic goes in with Memphis, who won the American yesterday against an injured Houston team. They're 26 in the Ken Palm, Florida Atlantic.
I was going to say, if you trust Ken Palm, they're probably a 7 seed, 6 or 7 seed. So, yeah, they might be a little underseeded.
You know, if Florida, it makes you think, though, if Florida Atlantic didn't beat UAB, Did they still get the
Yeah.
at-large?
Yeah.
But what would they have been if they're 9?
Probably
11.
I guess a 10 or 11. Which
No,
I mean,
I think they
same team at a 10 or 11. I mean, that's a heck of a draw.
Yeah, I think they'd have probably been 9 or a 10. I don't think they would have changed very much losing to UAB, which would have been a quad 1 loss at that point. But I mean, if you're Houston as a number 1 seed, you get either Iowa or Auburn, a chance to get Auburn in Birmingham. That's not good. If you're the number 1 seed Purdue, you're going to get an athletic Memphis team or Florida Atlantic with great guard play or great wing play of Memphis. Either way, you're going to rely on Zach Edey. So a tough draw for Purdue. And if you're Kansas, you get the winner of Arkansas, Illinois. There's a chance you get a lottery pick Nick Smith and a athletic Arkansas team against Kansas. That's why Alabama with a tricky Maryland, West Virginia winner in round 2, but all the other number 1s, you can make a case for just a balls to the wall fight for those 1 seeds to get out of the first weekend.
Yeah, and again, so Houston right now is your favorite to win this tournament at 6-1. Alabama is right behind them at 7-1. Kansas right there at 7-1. These are the longest odds to win an NCAA tournament since they went to 64 back in 85.
So for Houston, Alabama, and all those teams to be, even the favorites, this is the biggest odds to be national champs.
Yep.
Wow.
And I just think it shows you how wide open this is. You know, going back to Kansas, you know, if they have a second round matchup with Arkansas or Illinois, very dangerous game, then you probably have UConn, you know, just to get to an Elite 8.
Yeah. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Hemp Services?
Oh, you've already
Go ahead.
already.
Okay.
Adam Chat, Hemp Hill.
You know, pretty much everybody's saying the Dolphins getting Jalen Ramsey is their best of the weekend. So
by far my worst of the weekend.
NH3425. Brendan Fraser with the Oscar win. Dolphins get Jalen Ramsey. Minor Valley Baseball and Softball wins this weekend. He has a bunch of them there.
I don't know what won Best Picture. I didn't watch 1 second of the Oscars last night.
My wife was dialed into it. And
well, I did. I turned by, and there was somebody up there giving a political speech. I swear to God. The minute I turned on, that was what they were doing.
I think Everything, Anytime, Anywhere won everything.
Okay.
That was the only part I saw. I was walking through when I came back.
Right.
When I came back from walk-ons, I'm walking by. Maggie's there and Jamie Lee Curtis,
right?
Who is in that Everything, Everywhere, Everybody, all the time.
All the time.
What's the name of it?
Just turn Lunsford's
Are we
mic
close?
on.
Are we close to that?
Everything, Everywhere, all at once.
Okay, well,
did it win?
It won Best Picture. It cleaned up pretty much everything.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I still want to see it.
Karen, great female listener, making a point that 3 Birmingham folks won an Oscar, including in Everything, All the Time, Everywhere, right?
Yeah, it's 2 directors, and one's from Birmingham, and the guy that edited the movie went to the greatest high school ever that Lance and I also went to.
I didn't even know that.
Right? Oh, Homewood guy.
Yep.
How about that?
Daniel
Who is he?
Oak Mountain alumni guy won the Oscar. Who was in Every Time, Everything, Everywhere.
All those things.
Yeah, it's a director duo. The other one's like from New York or something, but one's from Birmingham, and then the other one, the Asian one's from New York, and then the white guy's from here, and then I already forgot the guy's name who edited it, but he went to Homewood.
While Lunsford's mic's on, Andrew's best of the weekend was Ki Hui Kwan winning.
That's actually closer than you got with the name of the movie, but
nothing more.
He was the supporting actor. He was one that played Short Round in Temple of Doom, and
let me guess, Michelle Yao still won.
Correct.
And I'm going to say that she probably went up there and talked about all the controversy last week.
No.
I bet she kept pushing.
I mean, she went up there and just said basically like, "I'm happy to be the first Asian to win."
Yeah.
Don't let your dreams just be dreams.
And there was a cool photo of Short Round and Harrison Ford hugging, and it looked a lot like they hugged on set. You know, back in the
he gave away the Best
Jones.
Picture award.
John's best of the weekend, Bama getting back to playing well, being the overall number 1, and his alma mater, SEMO, has a chance to play the Tide.
John, SEMO does not want that smoke.
No,
they do not want that smoke, man.
Bob Sacramento, the best, the Crimson Tide Radio Network soundbite of Brandon Miller's dunk and the crowd erupting. Admire that.
Well, there's a great shot. I don't know if it's from a local TV camera, those folks do great work down, or if it was from the broadcast feed, but it's a down low of Brandon Miller's dunk.
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
then the Alabama fans, which packed Bridgestone's reaction over behind it. It was just a great looking shot. And as the person who tweeted that, I'd love to give his podcast a little love. I think it was the Ox Cord podcast. The guy I saw tweeted say Nate Oates wanted a home court advantage in Nashville, and he got it. And it did look like it was Coleman Coliseum, the reaction from the crowd.
Let's see. His worst was officials' lack of knowledge regarding player control fouls. A lot of that. It's a 50-50 call.
Listen, it really is. And I thought it was a fairly officiated game, but they sort of changed in that SEC championship game early on. It seemed to be, some of the charging calls on both sides, there wasn't a lot of contact there. There was just really tightly officiated early on. And then it got away to where it wasn't tightly officiated again for the back half of the second half. And then it sort of fluctuated. Was it going to be tight? Was it not going to be tight? And I love that officiating crew. They're usually three of my favorites.
It was a tough game to watch, I guess, unless you're an Alabama fan.
Well, yeah. I mean, it ended up being a 20-point game in the second half.
A&M shoots less than 30% a season low.
Yeah, they went 10 minutes without a field goal. That's hard to do. Daniel's best, Bama Hoops, his second best. The Bears trade was outstanding. That happened Friday.
Yeah. Coming up in 4 days.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get into it more, but Carolina gets the number 1 overall pick, and the Bears get 4 draft picks and DJ Moore.
Yeah, you see now when everybody's like, oh, you got to trade out of the number 1. While we say that's easier said than done. Look what you had to get up to get it.
Yeah.
Give up to get it. I mean,
you mean it's you should trade up to number 1. You have to give up a lot. It's easy.
No. I'm saying when everybody says, oh, they'll trade out of the first pick, well, you got to find somebody willing to give up that.
Yeah. You don't do it for much less than what they got.
Yeah,
what you're
that's
saying.
my point. That's a lot to give up.
Yeah.
Carson says, nice to have B. Arthur sitting in for Brown today.
Your voice actually sounds great.
Okay, thank you, Jim. I appreciate that.
That doesn't so great.
Thank you, Lance.
I'm the one that liked Demi Moore's voice back in the day.
Don't think of me that way.
Yeah.
Hunter's best of the weekend, seeing us at Losers Friday, and he says he thinks we must have stopped at his house on our way home because he had a package of next round gear waiting on him.
Oh, that's fantastic. Send us a
picture,
man.
We did not do that, yes.
Send us a picture, man.
I thought he was going to say we might have stopped by there on Saturday night. I'd have been like,
I could have. Yeah.
Maybe.
Our shipping department getting after it.
Yeah. So thank you guys. Remember, nextround.store. More of your best and worst of the weekend coming up in just a second. And also more of our breakdown of the brackets. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. Montevallo, a great place to call home for your son or daughter. It's that time of year, man. We're starting to wind down another school year. And if you got a junior, you're about to start touring some campuses out there, right? Make it Montevallo. It's an easy drive if you're in the Birmingham area or anywhere in the Southeast watching us. Come down to the Metro Birmingham area, check out several schools, and put Montevallo on that list. Find out why Montevallo is a great place for your son or daughter. Small class sizes, beautiful campus according to Southern Living, great theater department, new multi-million-dollar building, and, of course, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Let them continue that athletic career. Schedule that in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Yes, Brown.
Bobby making a joke about my voice in the Aliceville Women's Prison. I'm not sure the joke's appropriate, but very well played.
No, I mean, if you just go emojis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No cucumbers or eggplants available in the dining room tonight.
He's more Marge's sisters in The Simpsons than Demi Moore.
Yeah, you should note that Brown is not a smoker. If you're just now tuning in,
yes,
you can see him. That he still has that tight-skinned face there. He's not the sagging smoker.
That
wrinkles,
gray, slash yellow-looking.
The lines
face.
are in the lips.
But you may be confused if you're listening. You may think this is an old Mad Men podcast, and Brown is a longtime Lucky Strike smoker from back in the day. All right, so when we come back, more on the brackets. Later on, is it a competitive advantage if I asked you guys to give me 2 potential upsets in the first round?
No.
We'd do it?
No. You know, I was thinking about this last night because when you filled out the bracket through Redmont in the next round, people could see your bracket, could see anyone's bracket. I wouldn't look at like whoever you think is the best college basketball expert and follow anybody's bracket this year.
The last time I lost, I thought I would be smart, and Jay Billis put his bracket out, and I copied it verbatim, trying to get a win.
You should have lost.
And I lost straight up.
And what was your punishment?
Is
that the Fletch?
No, that was the year I finished tied for first and did the.
So I've got Jay Billis to thank for you going to.
Well, I mean, technically I was tied for first, but yeah, I did the comedy as the tied for first, but second place because I lost the tiebreaker punishment.
So what was his punishment?
That was the MAC game.
That was when he had to go to the MAC
Yeah.
game. That was the same
Dressed
year.
as Bob Ross.
2 of our best ones ever, same year.
Again, the most difficult, the one that I have dreaded the most over the time we've been together was going on stage at Stardome.
And that was for second place.
Listen, I don't think our friends at Stardome would let me do it again. I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Well, he sold the joint out.
As opposed to the calendar.
Yeah.
I would make that switch with you right now.
Are you kidding?
In a heartbeat.
I mean, we sold the joint out. They might let us do it again.
I mean, and I promise this time, Bruce, I would keep it, Bruce Ayers, I would keep it at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I would not go over I would do true stand-up.
Jim's really good at that time.
I might be open to that.
I'd be willing to do it. If we get to that point, I'll be glad
We
to.
just need to all.
If I lose, I'd be open for negotiations, let me tell you.
Let's just all be in agreement the Testicle Festival needs to be thrown out.
It is bothering him a lot. That's only driving up the vote. You know
well,
that.
No, I just think I think it's easy.
Just driving up the vote.
Thank you, Samuel. Jim, don't be so self-conscious about your body. Everyone's beautiful. You're right, Sam.
Here's the good news.
Take it off. Let's go now.
When you turn 70, we had that trash on the table story. It's been years, but men are less conscious about their self-image and body when they hit their 70s.
Okay, true confession, since we're being honest here. If you hit me right here today, what does that mean I did yesterday?
Oh, you working those pecs?
No, you probably went to the mailbox.
First time I've lifted weights in a long time.
Oh, so you're already preparing for this.
Don't overthink this.
Back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it, and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right, and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Good little beat there, Tyler. Is that one of your tunes you found, or is that a Rockstar original?
I think Rockstar found that one.
Like that beat. Rocky back with us on the show Wednesday, if everything works out that way as he comes back off the tour. Thanks, as always, to Tyler for the work he has done for the 6 weeks that Rockstar has been entertaining America with the Black Jacket Symphony. We'll get into another big story in the area coming up in the next hour that we haven't talked about. Rece Davis joins us at 11:45. Our friends at Way to Wellness trying to get me ready for the bracket punishment should my bracket implode like it does every year. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living, not just weight loss, but it's a great way to jumpstart that, but also getting your blood pressure under wraps and cholesterol numbers down to a livable and a good place as well. They can help you with that and a lot more. Check out Leslie and her board-certified team by going to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. There's so many reasons why losing weight makes you a healthier individual, and it starts by just being smarter with your meals. She can teach you that, and they can help you out. They got a variety of different things to help you out. And the best part, no contracts, no sign-up fees, and the consultation's free, so you can find out a lot more by just going to aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. When you go by there, say, hey, thank you, Way to Wellness. Thank you, Jim, for sending me over here. I've heard from so many people that it has changed their lives, and they can do that for you as well. As we get ready for this tournament coming up, a big injury to keep in mind, and it'll be interesting to see. I feel like Sasser for Houston could have played yesterday if it was a meaningful game. So I don't know if it's going to impact them or not, but that is a big injury to watch for potentially Auburn's second-round game if Sasser is not 100%.
When he went down in the semis in the AAC, it looked a lot worse. Just seeing him basically collapse. It's a groin injury. I've never dealt with a groin injury. I would assume it's not as bad as a hamstring. I did hear on the broadcast right before the game tipped that they were still unsure whether or not he was going to play. And the consensus was Kelvin Sampson's still going to get a 1 seed anyway.
Yeah, that was a meaningless game.
I wouldn't play him in the first game.
That's what I was going to say. You might not need him till Saturday.
Yeah, you can text our friends at Precision Sports, but I think your groin injury really impacts your cutting.
It would seem to, yeah.
Not as much on the straight on, but your cutting, which you do a lot of in basketball, and Sasser does. He's one of the big stars. Kentucky wasn't 100% healthy at the SEC tournament. They get bounced out pretty quickly. You wonder where Kentucky is health-wise. Bill Self is out of the hospital. He will be coaching. He doesn't play the game, but you can't tell me Kansas against Texas looked the same with a temporary coach in there without Bill Self there. It just changes the whole dynamic of what everybody does.
You had just seen them in the regular season. That was a good regular season series, Kansas and Texas.
Yes.
Texas is every bit as good as Kansas. And you have to wonder, even with Texas, with a very good, obviously, interim coach, how much of that game was affected by Bill Self not being on the bench.
Well, and Kansas isn't shooting the ball well right now, just 31% from three over their last 9 games. So, again, they'll have a cakewalk against Howard, but that second game gets tricky, especially if Bill Self isn't back. I would be shocked if you've got tightness in the chest and people thought it was a heart attack. That's how it was misreported early.
According to reports, he plans on coaching in the NCAA tournament. He
if
will
it's
not miss
stress-related, I can't imagine many more stressful things than being an NCAA tournament coach.
Yeah. Or just coaching basketball.
Yeah, altogether.
I've said this all year long, and for many, many years. I've admitted this even to my wife. She will tell you, I scream at the television more during college basketball games than I ever do during college football games.
I can believe that.
I'm more intense. It's more intense than the college football is to me.
Well, the closest I could say to it is being a gambler and giving out picks. And we've talked about the stomach you've got to have to wager on basketball.
An iron constitution, right?
Yeah. It really is. And so I can't imagine a one-and-done situation for a high-profile program like Kansas. The good news is you won one last year.
Yeah, you national champions last year, and some people are picking them to go back-to-back. I think Florida, the last team to do that. Precision Sports get you back in the game, and a couple of injury updates there on the brackets as we get the action going tomorrow night with the play-in game.
Yeah, 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885, the website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting up decorations. Maybe you injured the elbow shooting hoops in the backyard. Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Chad says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, my earliest sports memory is my dad screaming at our wood panel TV set when Wimp was losing.
Oh, imagine how Wimp felt.
And I just remember Wimp was in one of my dreams last night.
Wow.
I got to hear about
Multiple
that.
dream night for you? One of your dreams?
Yeah, I had weird dreams. Like I had these like crazy lizards that I had to like carry around and feed them. It was I don't know.
You know, since the end of the football season, since the Super Bowl, I've had 2 Dolphins dreams. I'm looking forward to my next one because I think Jalen Ramsey's going to be in it. So I'm very excited what they look like.
Again, my worst of the weekend.
Yes.
Losing Jalen Ramsey, one of my favorite Rams. I mean, if he's not on your team, you absolutely hate him. If he's on your team, he is one of those guys that, I mean, he balls out. He's physical.
Yeah.
He chirps nonstop.
At least you got a haul for him, though. Third-round pick and a tight end that they don't even play.
I mean, unbelievable. And we'll get to that again at 4 downs. I know it's a cash dump, and I know the Rams, and they're talking about replenishing draft picks. You got a third.
A third. And a tight end that doesn't even play.
You gave up 2 firsts to get Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, I had a dream last night. I was hooked up to a lie detector, shirtless, eating deep-fried testicles. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare.
Deep-fried testicles.
Wonder if we electrocuted your testicles.
They would be deep-fried.
Every time I lied on the lie detector.
Hey, by the way, for people over there that are just voting in spite of me, maybe I do want to go back.
Oh, maybe Lance is playing reverse psychology.
I do think on the calendar, if that is going to be it, because I think it is so easy, just for the self-deprecation and for it to be a constant reminder, Scott, at least once, and of course we'll get a sponsor for this, every day for the year we'll show that calendar. You know, June 1st, brought to you by, and we'll have the picture at some time. Hey, it's time to go to the calendar. Check the date. So for 365 days, or how many days, 250 days that we're doing a show, it'll be up there.
Reed, if you're scoring at home in the sales meeting, LT, who did not ever want to sell traffic updates in our old job, is ready to do calendar updates now. Today's date? It's March 16th, everybody. Welcome in.
No shit. I'll tell you, though, I don't know if y'all did this where you are already kind of away, but on Friday after that game, we went to Old Smoky, that brewery.
Yeah.
And I was thinking it was Saturday the entire time. I was completely
Well, I mean, the place
thrown
was
off.
covered up like it was a Saturday. That was pretty funny, too. Now, the Kentucky fans got bit back on this, but we were in Old Smoky. Tennessee's losing to Missouri, and there's like this handful of Tennessee fans, I guess, couldn't get tickets or didn't buy them or whatever. They're at Old Smoky Brewery, and then there's Kentucky fans all over the building because they weren't playing until the night session. And, buddy, they were all in on Missouri. It was pretty funny watching the Kentucky fans. They were even doing the M-I-Z.
Yeah, it's crazy because, last football season I was there on a Saturday night for games, and Kentucky was playing, Tennessee was playing, I don't know, somebody random like South Carolina. No, it wasn't them. Anyway, that whole joint was going nuts for Tennessee.
Yeah.
So I figured when we got there, it was going to be a great atmosphere for Tennessee.
It was not. It was like a Missouri home game, but it was all Kentucky fans.
All right, we roll on. When we come back, the one thing that's happening today that usually would lead our show, but we've gone an hour without mentioning it. Plus, we'll talk about some upsets, and later on, Rece Davis joins the show, which is being brought to you today in part by our friends at Alabama Power. Alabama Power is keeping you connected.
They are Jimmy Dunaway, and what Alabama Power wants to remind you is timely communication is more important than ever. Get an online account with Alabama Power. You've got easy access to view and pay your bill, update your phone number, email address, and you benefit from tools that will help you better manage your energy use. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started today.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Some of you are talking about the stake bets over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Samuel says, wait, did Czech Republic win LT a stake? Yes, they did. The Carpenter, not Jesus, the one that pitches for Czech Republic, actually struck out Shohei Ohtani. Japan only won the game 10-2. I was giving up 15.5 in a sport that has a 15 run rule.
Most notable line ever. I was giving up 15.5.
Hey, but by the way, 10-2, not the blowout everyone thought it was going to be. So hats off to the Czech Republic. The Americans got beat by Mexico, and as a landmine believer says, they're in jeopardy of not advancing past the group stage of the World Baseball Classic.
Ruin my week if that happens.
That's ridiculous. Fire the coach. Who's the manager? Who's the American manager?
But LT paid off a stake. He bought mine at the Cork and Cow on Thursday night. Brown promised it was going to be one of the best steaks of my life, and it was. It was delicious. The sides were fantastic. LT paid it off, which got it down to 7. Brown and I owed LT a couple of stakes from some team bets, some big group bets that we had. So I paired my 2 halves on that one down for another stake, so it got it down to 6. The Czech Republic win got it to 5. Then Vandy played within 8.5. Alabama and/or Texas A&M won a won the SEC championship, and Auburn got into the tournament and Sanford didn't. So we're back up to +8 on our stake bet update.
You love just basking in the glory.
They were just asking.
Yeah, the people were
asking.
They asked about the one game. They didn't ask about your
you can't.
weekend.
You got to give context.
You
right?
can't paint a scenario where you want to stake.
And you know what I don't understand is
how Vandy
Dunaway's
can play within 8.5.
Our meal was the same price as my meal from Saturday night. I still don't get that bill at that very average steakhouse.
You want a funny story? So
you're saying that yours and mine together at one of the best steakhouses you've ever been to.
And it was still what I thought it would about be. The difference is this one was way overpriced.
But the next night, not as good of a steak.
Nowhere close.
And you paid the same as paying for two.
And I noticed when I got both receipts, they didn't give me anything itemized.
Yeah.
And I didn't really want to ask. I just let it go. But I'm still baffled by that. I don't know what happened.
It's a funny story. So Lance and I are riding back from Nashville yesterday. And I'm taking him to his house. And about the time I'm in his neighborhood, my phone rings and it pops up on the screen. It's a 615 area code. And I look at Lance. I'm like, who's calling us from Nashville? So I answer. And the guy says, can I speak with Ryan Brown, please? I go, see, Mr. Brown, this is John Smith, head of security at JW Marriott in Nashville. And my first thought is, Lance, what did you do?
Yeah.
Why is the head of security at the JW Marriott?
I was a little concerned. I was like, damn, what happened here?
I know. I left my credit card.
Did you really?
Yeah, I'd given it at that place. We went to dinner. They just take your credit card and start a tab. And for some reason, she never gave it back to me.
Do me a favor and check and make sure they ran your credit card.
Okay.
And they didn't run mine.
Well, it could have happened. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Because remember, I gave mine
I signed
up
a bill. I signed a bill, but she never gave me my card back.
Yeah, so just check.
So I just left it at the hotel. Didn't think about it again, obviously. But when they say, Mr. Brown, this is John Smith, head of security, JW Marriott Nashville. Your first thought is,
I didn't think left credit card.
I mean, not that LT has anything to worry about, but yesterday at Walk-Ons, a young server who Brett had left LT a gift at Walk-Ons yesterday. Brett had to leave, so this server has the gift, but LT didn't know it. She's walking over. She walks up to me. Are you Lance Taylor? And I said, no, the guy in the black hat. And I knew what she was doing, but I'm watching. She walks up, Lance Taylor? And you looked up and you were like, yes. And she's like, oh, I have this for you.
Yeah, but I saw kind of a package in hand, and Brett from New Mexico, very nice. I hooked him up. He went to see Rocky on the road, and I got a ticket taken care of for him. So just as a sign of appreciation, he gave me a really cool hat.
Yeah,
that's nice.
So thank you. And thanks to everybody who came out yesterday. Part of our show being brought to you by the people remodeling Brown's house. We'll get into some upset picks, some first-round sleepers that we may have on our brackets already. Now, we're subject to change because we're in a competition. But there's a couple of possible upsets out there. And before Brown tells you about A+, I will tell you this is being reported by the analytic people as the best group of 12 to 14s ever.
Ooh, interesting.
Since they invented computers. Go ahead, Brown.
Listen, one of the things I got when I got back home from Nashville is I got to see my almost completely renovated master bath for the first time. And I cannot believe the transformation Brad Bell and A+ Tile and Home Remodeling have done. I'm going to have some before and afters, just a couple finishing touches before we could do the afters. You're not going to believe when you see where our master bath started and where it is today. A+ Tile and Remodeling. Brad Bell is his name. I understand I sound awful. If you don't get this number, reach out to me, email or Twitter. I'll be glad to give it to you. He's already getting so many calls from you guys. One point I want to drive home. If you're going to remodel your bath, you're going to see a lot of these ads for places that can do it in one day.
No, don't do it.
Because your assumption is if I'm just doing it one day, I'm going to pay less.
Right.
Maybe I skimp on the quality a little bit. You do, by the way.
And by the way, I'm shocked at how quick they're getting your work done.
Oh, it's been a week, Lance. I mean, they've been in and out of my house in a week. It's crazy.
So it's less to actually pull it out and redo it right as opposed to just cover up the mold and everything?
That's what blew me away. Brad said, I see quotes all the time that are double what I'm quoting from these one-day places. Don't buy into that one. Call Brad Bell. Here's his number, 205-422-1758. Full home remodeling. But that master bath in the kitchen, that's where you get your money back, guys. 205-422-1758. A+ Home and Tile Remodeling. Reach out to me. I'll be glad to give you that number. Can't wait to show you the photos. 422-1758. That's his cell number. Huntsville, Mobile, all over Alabama. They'll take care of you.
Huntsville, Mobile, too?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's
I sent him a job in Gadsden. One of our Gadsden.
They got indoor plumbing in Gadsden?
They do. It's amazing.
Your neck of the woods have come a long way, man.
We have.
Somebody who came by yesterday was like, hey, man, I love your mud puddle stories, but if you want the mud puddle, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, dude, I promise you, there is nothing you can say that I didn't live growing up. And we sat there after the show and had about a 10-minute conversations of mud puddle versus mud puddle. And, so when I joke about Gadsden, that's big city compared to where I grew up back in the day. All right, let's talk a little upsets. And I tell you what, before we do the upsets, Land My Believer's got a good question. Chris Beard's the new coach at Ole Miss, being reported by everybody. Where do you rank Chris Beard among the SEC coaches next year? And I will start off by saying you can make a case that he comes in right on the one line, that you cannot separate Chris Beard from Bruce Pearl, Chris Beard from Nate Oates, Chris Beard from John Calipari. I mean, I think Ole Miss is hiring a coach. Now, he's got a more difficult job right now, but I think they're hiring a coach that you can make a case is going to be the best coach in the SEC next year, right? With Nate Oates, who's the #1 overall seed, Bruce Pearl, who's been to a Final Four, and John Calipari, who's won a national championship.
I mean, it comes from that group, right? Jim didn't leave it. I mean, Buzz Williams now.
Buzz Williams, heck of a basketball coach.
Buzz, too.
Yeah, Buzz has done a really good job at A&M.
Musselman, he's 2 straight Elite Eights.
Musselman, great coach.
I mean, if I had to rank them, and we can do this whenever you guys want.
Yeah, I mean, do it.
Think if I could take any of them, it would be Oates or Beard.
Oates plays a style that is attractive to anyone who in the recruiting world.
And he can recruit, too.
Well, and you think about Beard has taken 3 different programs to the NCAA tournament since 2016 in Arkansas, Little Rock, Texas Tech, and Texas. And this Texas team, with what Rodney Evans is doing is great, but it would be another level up if Beard was there. And I think by this time, they might even be your favorite to win the tournament if he was still there.
Hey, and let me tell you, this conference, this basketball is not going anywhere. I mean, this is not, hey, the SEC's got 8 teams in this year. But I saw one, I'll call him an idiot on Twitter, who said, what a down year in the SEC. Alabama shouldn't even be proud of winning this league. I was like, are you kidding me? Down year? Yeah, I mean,
probably the second best conference behind the Big 12.
I mean, by the way, they're the #1 overall seed, so forget what the rest of the league looks like. They have done their work, but this league gets tougher and tougher, and that may hurt your seeding along the way because the wins against each other will take its toll. Still think the Big 12 was the best league out there this year. But then I go SEC, and then I go the Big 10. I don't put the Big 10 ahead of the SEC, and I expect this tournament to show that. Missouri, their coach,
Dennis Gates.
Gates has done a
heck
of
coach.
a job.
Yeah, Chris Jans at Mississippi State.
Chris Jans at State's got them in the tournament the first year.
Yeah, and these are mid-major guys, and a lot of times, and we've talked about this, you win a couple of games in the NCAA tournament, you get this big jump to a job, and you can't handle it, and it's a mistake for some of these guys to get hired, but it doesn't look like that with Gates and Jans.
It does not.
And Will says y'all forget how bad Auburn basketball was before Bruce Pearl. I do not. It was the toughest job in the league.
In fact, we argue that Pearl might be the best coach in Auburn sports history, period. Yeah,
any
major
sport.
sports.
And he's a top 5 guy with Beard entering the conference. I'm just saying personally, if you could have one of the two right now as your head coach, I think most people would go Beard or Nate Oates. Again, we had the dinner. You might not have heard us in the specialty show last night. There were some Kentucky fans. Kentucky fans love basketball because the two sitting next to us at dinner Saturday night, they said, yeah, we're not leaving. We're going to the game tomorrow. So Kentucky gets bounced Friday night. They went to all the games on Saturday. They went to the Sunday game. But I asked them the question, do you guys still want Calipari? And they said, absolutely not. We asked them, who do you want?
Without hesitation, Nate Oates. I mean, didn't even think about it. He wasn't like, He goes, Nate Oates. And Lance even said, I know this sounds crazy. I'm not sure you could get him right now. And he agreed, the Kentucky fan, he compared it a little bit to Mark Stoops. He's like, Oates is in a place where he can be the best coach ever there. And Stoops can do that at Kentucky football.
By the way, doesn't really have to do much more to
That
be
was
the best coach
point.
ever.
Yeah, he said, look, we'll probably build Stoops a statue.
And he's like, Oates with this team.
No, I was talking about Oates. Doesn't have much more to do to be the best coach already.
And that was his point. He's like, why come to Kentucky where you're going to be compared to Rupp and Patino and even Calipari, where you can make your own way at Alabama? That's a Kentucky fan saying that.
Yeah. I would tell that Kentucky fan, having lived through Bear Bryant and now Nick Saban, it can be done, though. I mean, you can forget about Rupp and Patino pretty quick.
Yeah, you can. I mean, and Nate Oates is a very good coach. But anyway, to your point, when you say it's not going away, I don't think Oates is leaving Alabama anytime soon. They've tied him up to this contract. It's mutually beneficial for both. I don't think Pearl is leaving Auburn anytime soon. I don't think Musselman, some people talk about him to Texas if they don't keep Rodney Terry. I don't think he's leaving anytime soon. Calipari will eventually retire, but, I mean, you think Kentucky's going to fall way off?
No, they'll find a good coach.
Yeah. Jans, I think I think he could do good things. People will ask the question about Beard at Ole Miss. Is he just buying time till he can rehab his image and get a better job? You don't know that. A lot of people thought that about Bruce Pearl at Auburn, and I think Bruce Pearl will retire at Auburn now.
Yeah, I think Beard's in a similar situation. Yeah. I think you can make an argument that Ole Miss can be as good as Texas Tech. Beard played for a national championship there. I think he's going to show allegiance. I think, this is a guy that knows he is walking on eggshells from here on out.
Turn Forrester's mic on, Tyler, if you will. Forrester, come on, man.
What did he say?
Stackhouse deserves more love than he gets. Not from me. For weeks, I've been echoing what other basketball coaches say about Stackhouse.
And I meant to bring him up,
Did I
Scotty.
say that he deserves more love than Jim gives him?
You say Stackhouse deserves more love than he gets.
Well,
you're right. There are more people on the planet than me, though sometimes in my head I don't realize that.
No,
I'm glad you realize that.
If you only played February and March basketball, Vanderbilt's in the tournament.
But, Scott, I think that maybe aimed at me a little bit. I had him getting fired after the Bama game. I mean, they got run by 60 points in Tuscaloosa.
And then at that point, it did go.
He got better. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Stack has got him headed in the right direction there. It's a little easier in basketball because of the tournament. In football, not all those guys can be successful at the same time. Only 2 teams play for the championship and maybe go to the playoffs. In basketball, we just got 8 teams in out of the SEC. So you can keep more guys long-term that are quality coaches, I think, because in basketball, you're judged on a field of 68 rather than in football where right now you're judged on a field of 4.
Yeah, and let me say this one thing that you pointed out. Somebody in the chat room was talking about you guys forget how bad Auburn basketball was. But let's also not forget that Alabama is the number 1 overall team out of 363 teams or whatever that crazy number is, 323 teams. So, I mean, Alabama basketball wasn't horrible. It was average basketball, but now – at least coming into the tournament, we'll see what happens. They have the number 1 overall team in college basketball.
First team in program history. We'll jump into those upsets in the next segment. We got a little deep here. Our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and then I'll get to Bobby's point that he's correcting me on what the guy said on Twitter about Alabama shouldn't be proud of this championship because it's a down year in the SEC. Nichols Outfitters.
I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. One of the best firearm showrooms you'll see anywhere. I've been in there. It is beautiful. One of the best in the state of Alabama. All your fishing gear, your hunting gear, everything right there because they know outdoors at Nichols Outfitters. I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Zach says Oates legitimately overhauled a broken team in one off season.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue that. You add Brandon Miller, you add Mark Sears. I mean, you did it in recruiting and transfer portal. Yeah, I do think he overhauled a broken team.
Jay Price downplaying the fact that Alabama's the number 1 overall team. I love the rivalry, man. Love the rivalry. Alabama's the number 1 overall team out of about 20 to 25. The other 300 had no shot at being the number 1 overall team.
Well, Alabama was one of those other 300 before Oates took over.
That is factually correct, Jay Price. Doesn't need to be pointed out, I don't think. Bobby goes back to the fact that it was a down year in the SEC. It only has 2 teams seeded 1 through 4, and that's a down year for the league. He also points out that the SEC got so many teams because of teams like North Carolina, Michigan, and Wisconsin being down. Listen, when brands are down, and you Auburn fans experienced this during your national championship year in football back in 2010. When brand names are down, people assume that the conference is down. And that is not the case in the SEC in football. It doesn't matter who wins the league. The league is good, and it just so happens if a name brand doesn't win it one year, doesn't mean it's a down year in the league. It just means the league's so damn good, sometimes the name brands don't win it. North Carolina is not in the tournament this year because they're not a good basketball team. And the ACC is not that great of a league, at least through the regular season. They proved that before the ACC conference play started in the non-conference games. They showed us who they were in non-conference games, and then they played each other in the league throughout. Is Michigan being down, does it change who the Big Ten is this year? No, it means Michigan is down this year. But who replaces them? Does Penn State replace them? Does Northwestern replace them? It's just not name brands. Some of the name brands are out. Doesn't mean that college football was down this year, that TCU was in the championship game. Still a good college football year, but TCU just happened to have a really good year. All right, we'll get to those upsets coming up. One other note from the brackets released, and I'll go back to this. Kansas may have got, and I don't know if it matters to you guys, who's the number 1 overall seed, who's the number 2 overall seed, but Kansas was the number 3 overall seed. They were 17-7 in quad 1 games, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah.
17-7 in quad 1 games. They are a team that if you look at the analytics of it all, they show up 9-12 in the Ken Palms and the Nets and things like that. Houston is the number 1 overall team in all the analytics. But how Kansas is the number 3 overall seed, and with Alabama 1 and Houston 2, I don't understand that. I know they lost, but the schedule they played tells you that maybe they got jobbed a little bit, that they weren't 1 or 2.
They were, before they lost to Texas on Saturday.
They were number 1 overall.
They were number 1 overall. They were 9-1 down the stretch, or 9. They'd won 9 of the last 10 games before that Big 12 championship game. Now, they did get destroyed against Texas, though. And I think that's probably what hurt them. If they would have lost a tight game, Texas is a 2, I don't think that they would have been punished like that.
But not only that, they go from the overall number 1, where they would have played Des Moines, Kansas City.
Exactly.
To the number 3, where they now will play Des Moines, Las Vegas. Now, Kansas fans travel, but
they'll love going to Las Vegas.
They will, I'm sure. But come on now, Kansas City was going to be like playing at Fog Allen.
Yeah, they play the Big 12 tournament there every year. They were just there.
Yeah, so
they probably own property there. They're in Kansas City so much.
So that was, to me, the bigger punishment. You can argue path or whatever, but you went from playing Elite 8 Sweet 16 in Kansas City to Las Vegas. If you're Kansas, that's a pretty big punishment for losing 1 game.
All right, you guys are. Y'all are better producers than I am. I'll go ahead and tell you. We'll do Jeff's topic next when we come back. What is the SEC's win-loss record in their first-round games? Jeff's got his opinion in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We'll do that first. Then we'll get to some upsets. You guys are great programmers. I love it. And we still didn't even get to the big story. Can anybody guess what the biggest story is?
I thought it was Chris Beard. That wasn't it?
No.
It was Aaron Rodgers.
No.
It's Jalen Ramsey going to the Dolphins.
No. Who starts spring football today?
Somebody. A lot, probably.
Just down the road in Tuscaloosa, a guy named Nick Saban.
I thought that was next week.
No, I thought it was today. Is it not today? I think it's today.
You think Alabama fans, this is, again, you almost shed a tear last night.
We're drunk. Alabama fans are drunk on basketball right now. They're starting football today. You don't think they're starting football today? Am I wrong?
I've got it as March 20th.
Scott also says it's next week.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
So I'm the one that's drunk next week.
I was going to say right now, Alabama fans, Nate Oates is overshadowing Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Not that much, though.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here going, I've got 4 sheets of notes in front of me. I don't have one Alabama football note. Don't they start today?
Yeah,
next week.
That's next week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, J. Mose. Next week.
Yes.
Good thing I'm drinking coffee. I'm drunk on basketball.
I'm glad you called it the biggest story of the day.
Someone was wondering, is that the cocaine bear on your shirt?
It is, the cocaine bear. Thank you.
Jimmy, Alabama.
Woo! When we come back, we will talk all the great topics you guys are throwing out there. JohnsonRVCenter.com getting you hooked up. How excited are they at Johnson RV Center about this bracket in Birmingham?
They should be.
You know, we have so few hotel rooms. What they should do, they should bring their whole lot down and just park them outside the BJCC and rent them out. Let people stay in those things.
That's a great idea.
Probably illegal, but why not?
I'm going to
so.
say they disagree with that. Can you imagine some of the parties being thrown in those RVs?
Speaking of which, you can make every weekend a spring break with Johnston RV. Every weekend a spring break with Johnston RV Center. Great deals on things like the 2022 Cherokee Wolf Pup, 16 BHS Black Label. In the Decatur location, you can get it right now for $199 a month with 10% down and approved credit. That's I-65 exit 334. Don't forget the I-65 exit 304 location in Coleman, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball, on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
I won't give the destination, but somebody in the know just texted me. It's spring break, homie.
Homie.
Coach ain't coaching from blank.
Yeah, you're best to do it after spring break. Smart
moves.
Yeah, you get them far more invested. Burn off the extra calories.
Homie. I love that.
Spring break, homie.
College football is 166 days away. We'll jump into some SEC predictions, as Jeff wanted, from these first 8 games on how we think the SEC will survive the first week. Tough little setup there. Our friends at Wayne's, man, 50 years of taking care of you here in Birmingham and around the Southeast, and they want to say thank you for your continued support 50 years into this their journey of providing you with great services, lawn care service, which is so good year-round, but especially this time of year to make that backyard look fantastic so you and the family can go out there and enjoy that. Mosquito service so you can enjoy your backyard, your great grass, and not have to be swatting mosquitoes away all spring and summer long. They can take care of that, and you can save $50 off those services right now if you go and use our promo code TNR just at the website, callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com, promo code TNR, or you can call them up. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. They also have the termite services and pest control services. You don't have to be a new customer. They do welcome the new customers with that $50 off each one of those services. Stack them up and save the money. But they also have that for existing customers as their way of saying thank you. If you use the promo code TNR, TNR stands for the next round. At callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or 866-WAYNES-1. Go help us out by helping yourself out, saving money with our friends at Waynes. Callwaynes.com, promo code TNR. One other note of basketball before LT jumps back in here and we start making some picks, and that is the fact that Texas, I feel like, got a horrible draw in this thing. They're the number 2 overall seed. They won the Big 12 tournament. They've had a great season. But Colgate is one of those teams that is senior-laden because of the COVID year. They are back in the NCAA tournament. They become a tricky 2-15 game. But if they survive that, as most would expect Texas to do, they will play either Texas A&M, who I think is grossly underseeded, or a red-hot Penn State team in the second round. That's a tough draw for the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, and even if you look at them advancing out, Xavier is a really good 3 seed. If they happen to play them, I mean, you know, if you were to get 11 seed Mississippi State out of the play-in, Iowa, I mean, you're right. That is a tough section of the bracket for a 2 seed, especially given the history of that rivalry, right? That the NCAA did what a lot of people have never been able to do, and that's get Texas and Texas A&M on a field or court together again.
Historically, they always do this, though. They did it
they do.
Back when Louisville and Kentucky didn't play each other. The first time they played each other in basketball again was in the NCAA tournament, and they started up a rivalry again. And by the way, Texas A&M and Texas are about to start playing each other in basketball on the reg.
Yeah, that hand has been forced. But, yeah, I mean, that is a very, very tough draw. I think most people think A&M is probably a 4 or 5 seed, not a 7 seed. And if you're Texas and you do make it past Colgate, that's going to be a sexy upset pick, I think, in the 15-2s, as you said. To draw A&M in that second round, that's a really, really tough matchup for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. That's all I had.
All right. LT's back with us now. So we'll talk a little bit about the SEC first-round matchups and how we think they do. First off, you got a play-in game, Mississippi State and Pitt coming up. And that's a tough game. But I like Mississippi State to not only win the play-in game, but also to go and beat Iowa State in the first-round game. I think Mississippi State wins a game. I think put that as a give me LT's microphone, Tyler, if you will. I say Mississippi State not only wins the play-in, but they beat Iowa State.
Yeah, I mean, I look at that Pittsburgh team, and it's a team that beat Virginia and Miami, but also lost to Notre Dame when people didn't know whether or not Pitt was going to be in. Jeff Capel is on the hot seat. Getting to the tournament obviously helps, but 4 straight sub-500 seasons, no postseason appearances. So the last couple of seasons they've been better. But I think Mississippi State, the way they're playing right now, you didn't see that in Nashville, and they are offensively, we'll call them offensively challenged, but it still is one of the best defenses in college basketball. I mean, they limit opponents to 60 points per game.
And I think they'll be physical and lengthy. I like Mississippi State. What about you? You think they win if they get into the main tournament?
Yeah.
Into your tournament, the field of 64. If they win the play-in game and get into your tournament, can they beat Iowa State?
I do think they can. It is an elite defensive team that Chris Jans has. Their problem is they have so many games where they just get bogged down offensively. And you only have to go back. Now, this is a road game. You're not having to play road games. You only have to go back to the night at Neville Arena where they shot 0 of 18 from beyond the arc. You do that, you get run. But it's an elite defensive team which is going to have you in a lot of games. Yeah, I think they can win a couple games here.
And I can't figure out Iowa State. I mean, this is a team that had such a great start to the season, but, coming into the tournament, they've lost 7 of 8 road games.
Yeah. I mean, it is Mississippi State. Now, Iowa State's had a much better year against tougher competition, but it does seem like Iowa State is dropping and Mississippi State starting to play better basketball.
It will be an awful game to watch because you look at Iowa State, they are one of the top 10 defensive teams right now in college basketball, and it's a dangerous team.
Well,
I mean, they've beaten Baylor multiple times. They've beaten Kansas. They've beaten Texas. They've beaten Kansas State, but they're probably playing their worst basketball of the year.
Mississippi State 6th defensively with Ken Palm, Iowa State 8th. So you're right. That is going to be a low-scoring game. Neither one play great offense.
While the Midwest is still up there, we'll go to Auburn and Iowa, that first one. I like Auburn to advance out of that game as well. I think they beat Iowa. I think Auburn's Janai Broome can play Big Ten-style basketball, and I like the way Flanagan is playing down the stretch. So I'll take Auburn to advance past Iowa there, put another win in the SEC column.
Well, this is one of those situations that, you probably see Zep Jasper on Chris Murray a little bit. You see Alan Flanagan on Chris Murray. You've just got to limit what Chris Murray does because he's a guy that can take over a game. I mean, he averages over 20 points per game. He averages 8 boards. Again, Iowa overall top 5 offensive efficiency, but much like Iowa State, 4-5 in their last 9 games. They're not playing good basketball right now.
They're a really good offensive team at times, and look no further than their comeback just a few weeks back. I mean, they scored, 23 points in a minute and a half?
Yeah.
I mean, they can score in bunches. It's a challenge for Auburn's defense, no doubt, especially at the guards.
Yep. Alabama is a 1 seed, so you give them a win. Texas A&M in the Midwest, I like them over Penn State as well. I think they're underseeded. Texas A&M is a strong team. And their guards didn't play good yesterday. And part of that was Alabama. Part of it was just bad shooting after a long week up in Nashville. I think they have a better guard play, and I think they beat Penn State as well.
No, Penn State is playing good basketball, though. Penn State defends really well. Penn State's a team that really doesn't turn the basketball over. And, again, they played for the Big Ten championship yesterday.
Well, if you do believe this is a guards tournament, in spite of what happened yesterday, Texas A&M's got really good guards. And if you believe it's a guards tournament, A&M being underseeded with good guards makes them a really dangerous team. I know I haven't picked a loss yet.
Me either.
I do like A&M right there.
Me either. I have not picked an SEC loss yet, and I'm not going to do it here either. Missouri and Utah State. As bad as Mississippi State or Pittsburgh and Iowa State will be to watch because of how sluggish it'll be because of great defense, Missouri, Utah State, you've got 3 or 4 great three-point shooters here. Missouri and Utah State, they can get after it shooting the threes. That'll be a fun game to watch, but I like Missouri to survive Utah State as well.
Yeah. Utah State is one of these teams that they are a top 15 offensive team, at least according to the offensive adjusted efficiency. I don't know. This is a tough game, though. Just where that number is kind of scares me because for a minute, Utah State was actually a favorite.
4 players that shoot combined 37% from three land is what Utah State has. So they'll shoot the three as well.
I think I'll take Utah State in this one.
Okay, so there's your first loss.
That's my first loss. I like what Dennis Cade and Missouri have done. Got to pick some losses somewhere. I think I'll take it right there.
You don't have to right out of the gate.
I do, yes.
Tennessee and Louisiana, 4 versus 13. I'm going to go with Tennessee in the SEC.
I think it's going to be a tough game, but I think Tennessee will win this game.
I'm filling up my jet, man.
Well, it's going to be a big fall because, I thought for the longest time Tennessee was going to be on the 2 line. And losing Ziegler obviously has been big. But, Louisiana does have a kid that was a former All-American, McDonald's All-American.
Yeah, not a great defensive team, playing a great defensive team. I do think I like Tennessee.
Jordan Brown is the kid LT's talking about. He's a former McDonald's All-American at Louisiana.
He's averaging 19 and 9, so he's really good. Yeah, he went to, I think he signed with Nevada, then went to Arizona, and now he ends up at Louisiana.
Yeah. Well, without Ziegler, they will not be in the tournament very long, Tennessee, I don't think.
I agree. I think they lose the next round, but I do like them to beat Louisiana.
Yeah, Tennessee-Duke would be a fun game. But I think Tennessee would have some problems there.
Kentucky and Providence. Here's where I'm going to give the SEC their first loss. Down goes Kentucky. I like Providence.
So you got the Friars?
Yeah, and part of this is payback because
Right.
Calipari didn't play Bryce Hopkins when he was on the Cats team, played about 6 minutes a game. Now he's leading Providence. It's the old get you game. Misevaluation of talent, too much good players. Give me Providence and Bryce Hopkins.
I am going to take Kentucky because you look at Providence, the way they started the season, they were 14-3. They were highly ranked. They're 7-8 over the last 15 games. They're not good defensively. They went to a Sweet 16 last year. So, and Ed Cooley's a really good coach. They've just gone backwards right now. And Kentucky's schizophrenic, but I think Kentucky obviously has much more talent, much more athleticism.
Yeah, I think I will go Kentucky in this one too. I do like what Ed Cooley has done, but I'm going to go with the Cats here.
And then Arkansas. I like Arkansas over Illinois. I don't know about you guys.
I like Arkansas over
I do too,
Illinois.
yeah.
I'm just ready for Arkansas to turn it on. I thought they would in Nashville. It didn't play out that way. Really tough loss to A&M.
So do we just go 7-1?
I've got them at 7-1. We've got different ones, but 7-1.
Yeah.
Jeff wanted us to pick the SEC first round. This is not the next round. This is not the 32, but I think 7 of the 8 make it to the round of 32.
It's 6 or 7. Anything less than that's going to be really disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, compared to some of the other conference draws, I like the SEC's draw committee. I don't know if Greg Byrne was swinging any weight in the selection room, but pretty good setup for the SEC.
I mean, I felt for a moment like I was doing the show with Greg Sankey, as much as you picked the SEC there.
I think somebody called me Jimmy Dykes over there.
Jimmy Dykes, your jet was filled up.
I mean, if you were playing the Jimmy Dykes drinking game this weekend, I don't know. I mean, a lot of you didn't get a chance to watch it. You were at the game. I know Nashville was covered with Alabama fans, but if you were watching the broadcast, Jimmy Dykes, how many times did he say, "Well, Alabama"? When they'll start every game off with the best player in college basketball. They'll have a talent advantage in this tournament. And then he said that. I mean, it seemed like out of every commercial break, it seemed like he said that. I was sitting at home.
The national experts, they've completely switched back to Alabama after this weekend. I heard Seth Greenberg talking about. He said they're the Noah's Ark of basketball. They've got 2 of everything.
That's a pretty good line.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic line.
And I mean, Brandon Miller is, in my opinion, Zach Edey's just a different player. I mean, 7'4", and when he gets down low, it's nearly impossible to defend him. But Brandon Miller's a guy that's 6'9". He plays like a point guard.
Yeah. So should be a fun time for SEC fans. Yes, you got something?
Ole Miss has made it official, by the way, speaking of SEC basketball, that Chris Beard has been named the basketball coach at Ole Miss. I think you could easily say best coach they've ever had there. I mean, my Ole Miss, Rob Evans and
Andy Kennedy was good, but not good enough for Ole Miss fans.
As much as I love AK, I mean, this guy's taking Texas Tech to a Final Four.
To a national championship.
To a national championship game. It's going to be hard to argue against Chris Beard.
And he's built this roster at Texas into a 2 seed, even though he's not able to coach the team.
Yeah.
So
but this guy can coach, man. That's a heck of a hire for them.
Now you've got Chris Beard and Lane Kiffin on campus.
Now, if I'm Keith Carter, I'm not crazy about having to manage that situation. But if I'm Keith Carter, I got 2 pretty good head coaches, too.
You got 2 single coaches, too.
You got 2 single coaches. Could be a problem.
So there you go. There's Chris Beard into the SEC. Add him to that list there. Add Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing to your little call sheet there in case of an emergency. You should have one of those call sheets, by the way. Should this ever happen, call this person. Should this happen, call this person. If you got a windstorm or storm damage, you call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. And this is information you should be sharing with your neighbors, your friends, your family members as well. Greg Nelson from Pell City, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. Have that number on standby. That is Greg's cell phone. Storm damage happens in the middle of the night. Call and wake Greg up and say, man, this just happened. I need you as soon as you can get here. 205-542-3531. Guy rarely sleeps anyway, so call him. 205-542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. That's going to help you in crisis situation. And we've just had recent windstorms, and if you say, oh, I didn't really have any storm damage, had some limbs down in my yard, but my roof is okay. Maybe it's not okay. Maybe you had a little shingle loosened up there, bent. It's not all tacked down exactly right. You need to get Greg up there for a free, no-cost roof inspection. Just call it 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration or Roofing. All right, when we come back, we'll jump into some of those upsets. And then Rece Davis joins us at 11:45 Central Time, part of the third hour of the show coming up here. A couple other notes before we take a break here. Detroit Mercy says no, or they're not part of the CBI. So what does that mean, Brown?
That means Daddy Ball is done, and Mike Davis Kid is going to end up 3 points short of the record.
Good. I mean, I don't know the kid. He might be the best kid in the world, but playing those extra years and taking that many shots.
Yeah, and paying, I think we've heard up to $50,000 to get in that tournament.
Yep.
Just so you could chase the record, it was going to feel tainted.
Yep. Albert asked in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, who gets to an SEC championship game first, Lane or Beard?
Beard.
Beard.
I think it's easier to do, although we think the NCAA tournament's the toughest to win. I think conference tournaments, there's so many things that come into play.
Well, I mean, look at Penn State. That's a 10 seed. They played for the championship yesterday.
Yeah, and if you get the first bye and you play Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 3 wins, any team can heat up.
Well,
and he's a much better coach, by the way.
If I just said one of them doesn't win an SEC championship in their time in Oxford, you would also say Lane Kiffin.
I'd say Lane Kiffin, yeah.
Very easy.
It's a little easier to take a less than to a have not to a have in basketball than it is in football.
Well, yeah. I mean, you go find one good player, and it can change everything. Now, you can't maybe win a national championship with one good player, but if you go find one good player, it can change your team. That's hard to do in football.
All right, we roll on here. This is the next round. Like and subscribe wherever you're watching us. Tyler, we're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Bobby says S-Town. I just filled out my bracket and have UCLA winning it all. That can't be right. It could be. I mean, they're best defensive player out, but it can be.
Don't you hate it, though, when you fill out your bracket and you get to the end, either the Final Four or the National Championship, you're like, how did I have this team? I mean, how do I keep picking this team?
You got to go with the gut, though, Bobby. Just keep rolling with it. I agree. Jalen Clark, him being out is going to be a huge loss. They don't have a lot of depth. Obviously, Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. But Jaime Jaquez, this is a guy that's got a lot of experience. He can take a game over. And you look at Mick Cronin in his fourth season at UCLA, Final Four, Sweet 16. Now they're a 1 seed. Or they were a 1 seed. Now they're a 2 seed.
They're a 2 seed now. Bud Light poll question today. I sent it out early before Taylor rolled in here. And we've got it out there. What bracket kind of person are you? All right, that's the poll question. Our friends at Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. But there are people that are one bracket, they fill it out like Bobby just did, and they don't go back and change it.
That's me.
So you do first time through, never change it.
That's it.
There is one bracket person who is always editing up to the last second, and then they submit.
Yeah, I think
that is me.
Yeah,
I've
done it both ways.
Yeah. Then there's a multiple bracket person, which I don't like that person.
I don't do that one.
I don't do that. I'm a one bracket person.
Now, if you're in a contest where you're getting more points for, upsets or something, I see that. But if it's just like, same scoring system.
And then there's the auto fill out. It just, and you go auto fill.
Boring. See, I won't even do that with a lottery ticket. I waste my time. I think we've talked about this because I went back and looked at my numbers. Never even came close.
Yeah, I'd like to know the odds on how many times the autofill wins as opposed to manual fill in.
I think it's more because I think more people do the autofill.
So more autofill wins more than that. That's interesting. Can you pull up how the voting is going by chance?
On the poll question?
Yeah. This is going to be one of those things where, because Taylor's a professional, Taylor Korn, who handles our social media. Sometimes I send out a poll question, but close it before it actually goes out. This is where Brown's going to tell me, actually, there's no voting going on.
Jim, the poll never went out. No, 56%, one bracket, no changes.
Oh, just like Bobby.
33%, multiple brackets.
Oh, boo. 33. 1 in 3 of our viewers and listeners do multiple brackets?
10%, one, but constant changes.
Yeah.
And only 1% of you are an auto picker.
That's why I don't understand people that play in multiple fantasy football leagues.
I mean, you end up cheering for everybody.
Yeah, but you do increase your odds of winning.
You do, but at the same time, you are cheering for everyone.
No, it makes it hard on game day.
Yeah, you're also guaranteeing you're losing.
Potentially, yes. Depending on how you select your teams, yes. I mean, I don't like the people that do the multiple brackets because they inevitably come back and say, oh, I had that upset. Oh, you did? Well, yeah, in one of my brackets. Well, I mean, if I pick 3 or 4 brackets, I'm going to get some upsets.
Yeah.
By the way, I've never drank coffee, and this thing is liquid fire right now.
Like hot? Or?
Yeah, like Kelsey just, being really nice. I don't know how to make coffee. So she brought me a cup. Well, I don't drink it. So she brought me a cup.
Well, I feel like you went to that disclaimer because she is one of our 20% of our workforce up here that is a female, and you didn't want to make it sound like the female was making you coffee.
Brown. Hey, sweetie, can you get me a coffee?
Yeah, it's a brown.
Hey, sugar pie, can you grab me one more cup of Joe?
And she has gotten stains out of my clothes before up here and stuff. So I do appreciate that.
And there is the imagery on Friday at noon of Taylor always coming in and serving us beers.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
So my point was going to be she directly started drinking this thing, and I don't know how.
So why are you deciding at 10:51 on a random Monday to have your first cup of coffee?
Because I'm about to pass out.
Yeah. Is it black?
It's black.
I've never had a cup of black coffee. I've drank coffee before. I've never had a cup of black coffee.
Yeah, I mean, we got a long week. I mean, we've got.
We do, Lance. Yes.
I've got. Well, this
you got a long week, Lance.
Yeah, I've
yes.
got Calcutta trivia, NCAA, Redmont.
Should be noted, Calcutta is a play that's going on down at the Birmingham Public Theater.
There's a lot of them going on right now.
It's a great show. It's a great show. Go check. It's a musical. LT's appearing in Calcutta.
Big Buddy musical. Going to do well at the box office.
All right. Our friends at Peachtree Planning can help you with all your big money plays.
You win a Calcutta.
Yeah. Peachtree Planning, man.
Yeah, hey, look, again, a financial misstep can cost you years and years off your retirement, your kids' education. There's a lot of stuff you want to save up for. You want to be financially secure. I ran into Mark Burkholder this morning. Him and Clay McDowell, great guys. You can trust these guys, very discreet. At least let them lay out a plan for you. You got nothing to lose. Peachtree Planning, they're an independent financial services firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They offer comprehensive wealth management financial strategies to clients across the country. Reach out to Mark and Clay at Peachtree Planning. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, and retirement planning. That's Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell, guys I've known for years, great guys at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Call them today, 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437, and tell them the next round sent you.
Daniel, multiple bracket people also fold their toilet paper. Now, what are we talking about there, Daniel? Because I don't trust the 2-ply or multiple ply, so I do pull multiple sheets and do a fold just for the extra protection. Because I may have a cocaine bear on my shirt, but I don't want bear poop on my hands. I don't want poop on my hands. So I do fold it to give me more protection.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's being critical of.
Me either. Matthew says, if you are gambling, there is nothing wrong with multiple brackets in the same pool. It's about taking home the coin, he believes.
Well, that is one thing on DraftKings. I hate the pools that allow like 20 entries or whatever. I try to avoid those. I like people, I got my one entry, that's what I'm going with.
That's right. That's right.
On anything.
And by the way, how do you not fold your toilet paper?
Yeah, I don't get that.
How do you just bunch it up?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where we're going.
Wiping your ass with newspaper.
Yes, I like it very nice and neat when I'm going to wipe there.
I mean, we did a poll question a long time ago about, are you a pull backwards or pull forward guy, or a stand up or stay seated guy?
I never realized that was so divisive.
Yeah, me either. And it was about 50-50.
You can't pull forward.
A lot of people did.
Some people did. Remember that? We had it was a poll question on our old radio
They've been
show.
castrated?
I'm just saying.
We were stunned.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a structure there.
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah, we were stunned.
Do you want to walk away from the trees, or do you want to walk under the branches and just try to bang your head up as much as possible?
Yeah. I usually pull furthest away from my nose. Is what it's my
good idea, Jim. I don't know
yeah.
why your nose is down there.
Yeah.
Brown's got a bidet.
I've never really desired one of those.
You can't hire gated community money, can you?
I mean, where would the bidet be down on the list of things you'd want at your house?
Dead last.
I mean, would you rather have a coffee maker just to make your house
just to
smell
make
better?
I do have a coffee maker, but yes, a bidet I have zero interest.
Well, you have a coffee maker and nobody drinks coffee.
No, my wife drinks it, my daughter drinks it.
Who needs a candle when you got a coffee maker, right?
Yeah.
Hey, testing today out at Barber's for the Children's Indy Grand Prix, April 28th through 30th. So if you're in the Leeds area and you hear, there's some Indy cars out on the track
the cars
today.
need some work.
William Byron wins in Phoenix. He's gone back-to-back. He won in Vegas. Phoenix and Golden State in a pretty good NBA game night, 9 o'clock. I don't know about you guys, but Monday after Selection Sunday and all the tournaments and stuff,
I take a night off.
I can't wait till Tuesday. I mean, this Monday is like a pit for me. It's always like, okay, I'm actually ready for the tournament. Let's get this thing going. Tuesday, Wednesday. If we expand this thing, Tuesday and Wednesday is going to be full days. I still don't know how we're going to do it, Brown.
I don't
if
either.
we expand the tournament,
I'm sure they got a plan, but
get
I don't
the selection show on Sunday, and then on Tuesday we got a full day game.
Yeah, I mean that is, and I guess you'll see a lot more regionalization. Teams having to travel less and less. I mean, for instance, Auburn is an 8-9 game, but getting a home, virtual home game in Birmingham. I think when they expand it, you'll probably see even more of that. And I'm not sure I like that. I was talking to a guy this morning, our friend who's a big UAB fan, Dunaway, and I occasionally frequent his location for breakfast on the way into work. And he said, call me an old fogey, but I miss the days when you were the one seed in the West. You went out West and played all your games.
That's right. That's
He
right.
said, I don't know what it was about that, but I just liked it better.
Well, it
First
is-
time I've heard old fogey in a while. by
Well,
the
I
way.
know, but it is confusing to a lot of people that are 35 and older. They're like, oh, Alabama and Auburn's in the same bracket.
they
I
can
hope
play
they,
each
I
other.
hope they can win
Yeah.
and play. The only way they can play each other is if they're in the Final Four
In
together.
Houston, yeah.
That's the only way because they're playing in Birmingham to start with. Then they're going separate ways if they win 2 games.
Yeah, I have never seen people that are trying to change something that works so well at one time. You know, it seemed really dialed in when we had 64 for about 25 years.
And back in Wimp's day, if you got sent to the West Regional,
That's
you
what
went to San Diego.
That's right.
And you know what? You decided to stay out there because we didn't want to come all the way back to Alabama. We'll go up the coast and play somewhere else.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's not something that bothers me, but I kind of get his point. It just felt more organized then.
Yeah. By the way, I think I'm drunk off of Redmont vodka hand sanitizer.
I think you're drunk off Alabama basketball.
Yeah, I'm a little lightheaded.
Just, Bill Self got lightheaded before you went down.
Oh, man. You're always trying to end me.
I'm like, how can hand sanitizer make you lightheaded?
Because it's me. I'm not a professional drinker. Our friends at MyBookie, though, can help you.
You actually think they put vodka in their sanitizer?
100%. That's the alcohol that's in there, right?
Well, I mean, I think it's their alcohol before they distill it 8 times.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's non-distilled.
So it's alcohol. I mean, it's killed the germs. And it smells like a little witch hazel. It smells like my grandfather went to the barber shop.
Witch hazel?
Yes.
Smells good. It's a good smell.
What is witch hazel?
Huh?
What is witch hazel?
Witch hazel's I don't know what you would call it. I mean, it's
Is it a smell?
Yeah.
No, witch hazel's like an ointment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it does have a distinct smell.
Yeah. It does have a decent.
Is it like a voodoo thing?
No. Witch hazel, like.
No, don't get caught up on the word witch.
Yeah.
Why have it in there then?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe they used it back in the day. Some witch named Hazel.
Hey, don't forget, we're going to give you some upsets coming up next segment. We still going to do that next segment?
Yeah, we are.
It's been next segment for a while.
Hey, those are the good shows, Brandon.
We're going to give you some upsets. You can play those at mybookie.ag. I've learned if I go to my very deep, serious voice, I can make it through one of these without losing it. So
I don't mind it as long as you don't make eye contact with me like you just did.
mybookie.ag, code next round. mybookie.ag, code next round. That code gives you a bonus up to $2,000 when you sign on. You only have to play it one time, and it's yours forever. Now, a lot of places 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. You don't have to do that at mybookie.ag. Play it one time, yours forever with code next round. Go get signed up for the tournament. Increase either your fun or your bankroll during the tournament. Either way, mybookie.ag is the place to go. They also have NBA, NHL games, weekly blackjack tournaments, Major League Baseball coming up. All of that right there at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code next round to get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000. mybookie.ag, code next round.
I mean, all of a sudden, it's like MyBookie sponsoring an NPR show.
Listen, coming up on NPR.
By the way, Amanda, first time I've seen her in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, one of our great female listeners now, says bidet is life-changing, she says. Lunsford Back Row says he would absolutely love a bidet, but he doesn't live in a gated community, so he doesn't think he's allowed to have one.
I've been in, I've used a bidet twice.
Yeah.
Right.
In hotels. It's not bad. It's weird, but I'm sure it would be nice to get used to.
Not a sensation I like.
Top of the hour. We're back in a moment with those upsets. I promise you. We'll get to them next. And Rece Davis next hour right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Brown, can you go back on the chat over there? Another one of our great female listeners who was telling us that she lives on a chicken farm and they have a bidet in every one of their toilets.
Good for them. Yeah, it's Haley saying that. So
Haley, thank you.
You don't have to live in a gated community. You can live on a chicken farm.
Wow. Haley, thank you. At chicken farm, though, you can't hide that money either. Chicken price is so good. Man, so many good chicken meals out there.
You know, there's more chickens in the world than people.
Yeah, have to. Yeah. Because I eat one a day, it seems like. Eat a lot of chicken. Hey, chicken's brought to you, it brings you this hour, in fact, Champy's, world famous fried chicken, right down there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. Swing by there and say hi to Sterling today. Say, Sterling, listen, man, give me some good chicken. Give me that Mississippi Delta recipe tamale, and give me who you think is going to win the national championship so I can win the bracket challenge. Sterling will help you with all that and serve you a great meal right there. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. Let's talk some upsets. But first, your headlines right here. Alabama's the number 1 overall seed. They're the SEC tournament champions. They're the SEC regular season champion. They have never been to a Final Four. They're a lot of people's pick to go to the Final Four. Auburn's a 9 seed. They get Iowa, and they're seated here in Birmingham in the Midwest. So both Alabama and Auburn are here. 8 bids for the SEC, 8 for the Big Ten. Houston's your betting favorite in Vegas, followed by Alabama, Kansas, Purdue, UCLA, Texas, and then Gonzaga and Arizona. A lot of people are saying UConn may be your best value for a national championship. Last I saw, they were plus 1,800 to 1.
Well, I mean, just imagine, I've seen them in multiple Final Fours. I mean, to begin the year, they look like maybe the best team in college basketball. They can crush it on the boards, and if you have an upset or two, again, Kansas playing in Arkansas, if Arkansas was to move forward, that size of UConn would give them fits. I think UConn's a really good value to get to an Elite 8. Then we'll see what happens.
They're a 4 seed. They are number 4 in KenPom.
Number 4 in KenPom.
Number 4 and 1, a 4 seed.
Yeah. Well, they fit your formula.
They do, absolutely. 18th defense, 6th offense. KenPom's formula.
And Chris Beard is the new head coach at Ole Miss. That became official today, not just reported. Ole Miss made that announcement earlier. He's the guy that when Auburn was in the Final Four, He had Texas Tech there as well. They ended up playing Virginia, double-triple, for the national championship. Chris Beard named head men's basketball coach at Ole Miss. There you see the official release today. Hashtag Hottie Toddy for all the Ole Miss fans out there. Mike Anderson got fired yesterday,
That's
former UAB coach, Birmingham native from St. John's. And Georgia Tech has a basketball opening. One of the guys being mentioned for that job, Dusty May of Florida Atlantic.
Well,
Would you
look,
leave Florida Atlantic for Georgia Tech?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
in a heartbeat.
Wow.
We've
Quick
seen
answer.
what, Bobby Crimmins was able to, I think he got him to one Final Four. Who was the guy, 2004 or 2003 when they played UConn for the national championship?
Jared Jack. Am I right about that?
He was, their stud. But I forgot who the coach was. Name escapes me now.
Oh,
Anyway, my point is
Paul Hewitt.
Yeah, Paul Hewitt. You can get it done at Georgia Tech. That's a good job.
Drake May's brother, right? Dusty May?
Yeah.
Is that true?
No.
Nope.
No, actually, they're related somehow because Dusty played. At
Dusty
North
was in
Carolina.
Indiana.
Indiana.
Yeah, he was in Indiana.
And the other
with Bob
brother
Knight.
played at North Carolina. I'm confused.
Yeah, me too. But Dusty May, who had a better year, Dusty May or Drake May? At this point.
Dusty May.
Yeah, Dusty May.
Yeah.
I mean, Drake had a really good year.
Dusty's in the tournament.
Second best quarterback coming back in college football. We might have a first this year, though.
What is that?
Is it possible, I don't know this, to win a ring as a national champion and then get hired by another school in the same basketball season? Like, I don't know if Chris Beard, I know he went out on bad terms, but they need to just, ship him a ring if they were to win it all. I mean, he deserves it.
If Texas wins it all,
Would you wear it if you're Chris Beard? Would you accept the ring?
Well, I mean, he knows he's probably now kind of past this. And I would think that Chris Beard will be pulling for this team in the tournament. So, yeah, I mean, he built this team.
I wonder how many of those players leave Texas and go to Ole Miss.
You could probably do okay in the transfer portal. Though, you got to see who Texas gets first.
So does he get the ring?
Probably no. I mean, do you think he gets a Big 12 ring? They won one Saturday night.
Well, I could hook him up with Philip Flanagan at Bromberg's. They could design him his own ring.
Anybody could have it made.
But that would be a first, right? I mean, there's no way anybody wins a national championship gets hired with another school.
That
worst job.
Doesn't happen usually, no. I guess Shaka Smart came about as close as anybody.
Yeah, it's true from VCU.
He's back.
Shaka's back. Ironically, when he was at Texas, he never made it to the second weekend, and now he's a favorite to get there with Marquette. They are back there. Go
Real
ahead.
quick, for what it's worth, Alabama did finish the final AP poll #1 in the nation.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah,
meaningless.
I don't
but
know that anybody cares, but Alabama 1, Houston 2, Purdue 3.
That's another first.
Yeah, I mean, it's twice Alabama's been ranked #1 at a given point this year.
and they've never been #1 this late ever.
Yeah.
God, who would have believed, though, that North Carolina starts off the season at #1,
misses the tournament,
and then the season ends with North Carolina not playing postseason basketball at all,
say,
and
no,
Alabama's
thank you.
number one.
Okay, I'm going to ask this question only because my people have a history of doing this.
Your people, the Dunaways, your people, the Native Americans, your people, Alabama fans, your people.
All of the above?
All the above.
Is there another AP poll at the end of the year, or can anybody claim that they're now the AP national champions if this is the last poll? Because there was Forrester, shut up. There was a time that the AP gave out national championships at the end of the regular season.
Basketball has always been one of those sports where the poll just doesn't matter.
I'm guessing there is another AP poll. I mean, they're idiots. I mean, obviously you picked the team that won it all. Though.
I mean, is there another AP poll? I don't really pay attention to it at this point, but my goodness,
there is.
I mean, I don't want to go 1973 on anybody, but
I say that. I think there is, but a year where Villanova wins it, coming into the tournament, they probably went in the top 25. UConn, the most recent really upset to win the tournament, they were really far down.
I'm on ESPN's college basketball page, and I've got the Week 19 rankings. Gonzaga #1. This is last year. Gonzaga #1 in both polls, coaches and AP. If you go to final rankings, there is no AP poll. Coaches have Kansas #1 with all 32 votes. North Carolina #2. That was the national championship game. Yeah. So actually, I think you're going to be right here. I think this is the last AP poll.
Yeah. So that coaches poll means nothing. Then.
Well, of course it doesn't.
El Tigre, if you do not sense my joking in the question, then you don't get the show. you don't get the show.
Well, I saw El Tigre, I think.
Yeah.
El Tigre earlier in the show said, does it seem like this show is giving more love to Alabama basketball than they did to Auburn in the Final Four? Major differences here. This is before the tournament starts. There was no expectation for Auburn to get to a Final Four that year. Once they got to the Final Four, we hyped it for a week straight. You even went to Minneapolis.
And I hate to make this about me. I had to change plans going to Augusta.
God.
What
a rough life. So what did you have
My
to
God.
we had to host that party at Iron City.
I was supposed to go. No.
We had to.
Yeah.
We had to.
I had tickets to Augusta for the Monday practice round for the Masters. Auburn made the Final Four. I had to postpone till Tuesday, basically negotiate with Dunaway to come back from, take a red eye. I think you're ready to get out of Minneapolis, but take a red eye back. I mean, it was a mess. Yeah. Complete mess. I had to change to Tuesday, Augusta.
I wore my Final Four T-shirt yesterday on our specialty show from Walk-Ons in Redmond because it was such a monumental trip for me. I loved it. And it was a surreal, I was telling this to an Auburn fan I was talking to last night as well, whose wife, by the way, sorority sisters with a little T, Taylor Corn, had a moment with her. But we were talking about how, passionate of an Auburn fan he is and how he really can't watch or cheer for other teams, and it really gets upset about Auburn losses. And I said, have you met my friend Taylor, who is just like you, except in a female body? But I was like, it was so surreal for me, having never covered a Final Four before, especially with a local team, to be there on the practice day. And there's freaking Jim Nantz interviewing Bruce Pearl on the big screen with everybody there on the open shoot-around the day before the Saturday, on the Friday before. And, all the big wigs in basketball were there. And there's Jim Nantz, who's coming to town, by the way, in Birmingham. We'll be doing the regional games on CBS and Turner this weekend.
Let's do this. First person to get a selfie with Jim Nantz, because I bet he doesn't love that. We'll give you a store credit, TNR.
How about if they do it while wearing TNR. Something next round on?
Yeah. Then we'll do $100 out of the store.
I've actually heard he's a nice guy. I've actually heard Nant's a pretty nice guy.
All right, so there you go. LT just said $100 store credit
if you wear TNR gear and you get a selfie
with Jim Nantz.
Can you turn Lunsford's mic on real quick? Lunsford, how hard is it to give a store credit?
It's not hard at all.
Okay, good.
As long as the $100 is approved by somebody else.
That's a good deal, though, isn't it?
No, it's a great deal.
Yes, it is.
I think that they will approve.
I just like the way we threw it out there, and I don't even know if we could do store credit.
Lunsford, will you go ahead and get into the chat with Simpio and ask if they can take $100 easily out of his payroll? Simpio can do that, man. They're great with payroll.
We had a chick that was going to do a $1,000 tattoo. I thought that was great marketing. I think a picture with Jim Nantz is good marketing. Grassroots, man.
Grassroots.
CBS is Jim Nantz, by the way. You can't just go find some random dude.
Now, honestly, I would have rather had the TNR logo on the chick's ass than the selfie with Jim Nantz.
Did we tell that whole story?
Did we tell that story?
I don't think we did. Okay.
Yeah, we did.
Out of context stories there. While we're talking about Simpio and your payroll deduction of $100 store credit, why don't you tell us about the great folks that can handle everything, including HR?
Yeah, Blake Patterson and the guys that created Simpio. They were one of the first calls we made here on the next round because they're going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. No annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
Does Jim Nantz need to be in the selfie with you, aware of the selfie, or can it be you in the stands with Jim Nantz behind you? I think
he's got to be participatory.
You got to be side by side with him.
Yeah.
No photo bombing Jim Nantz.
Yeah, we need a smile too. He needs to be smiling.
And so you people are not on some chat rooms, talking about the show later on. We did not offer Jim Nantz money to get the next round logo tattooed on his ass. Those are two separate stories.
I'm willing to take it to 200 store credit if Jim Nantz will say, I love the next round.
So we do a video selfie.
Yeah.
Hi, Jim. Hello, friends.
Yeah, if you can get that done. Yeah.
So
do
if
you guys agree?
Yes.
Would you guys just go ahead and lock Reed's door before he comes running out?
Well, remember, I'm drinking my first cup of coffee in about 40 years.
He's delirious.
I'm drunk on hand sanitizer, and LT's in a state of euphoria over his first cup of black coffee.
Hello, friends. I love the next round.
Yeah, can't wait for Jim and Tracy Wolfson and the crew to get into town. All right, before we get, we just did Cynthia. Let's talk some upsets. I promised
we're doing upsets.
Real quick before you do, though, you think there's any way Nance would do a sit down with me, Redmont Vodka, this week? Is that gonna be tough?
Maybe.
I mean, if you're at his hotel late at night.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, not his hotel room,
hey, Jim.
but like at the bar.
I knock on his door with the camera crew, Forsters in there rolling shit in.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, buddy, can you get up? Got you a bottle of vodka.
And some really burnt toast.
Oh, yeah, if we brought him burnt toast, I bet that would help.
Hello, friends.
That's
room service.
That's an urban legend, some people say.
I thought he admitted that.
I don't think he admitted it.
Only one way to find out.
I don't think he admitted it.
Yeah.
I'm done
Fritz
with my
Law
cup.
says get him to host the cocktail hour.
I would love that.
No, he's not in town yet. We taped today.
Oh, yeah, we're going live today, by the way.
Yeah.
3:30.
All right, we'll go live today.
All right, that's coming up a little bit later on. Give me one upset, sleeper pick.
Oh.
One round. You do one.
I got mine, man. I'm ready, Jim.
Okay, do me yours
Yeah,
first.
you do yours.
I'm going to go with a team that plays really, really good offense against a team that plays normally good defense. And I am also going to bet against a conference, so that a conference is a little bit overrated.
I'm going to write down your upset real quick. See if I'm right.
And Jim is correct. I am going to take Furman in a 13-4, knocking off Virginia in round number 1.
That was number one on mine.
I thought about that. But
Furman, the 13 seed over Virginia, the 4 seed, which, that's in Alabama's bracket, by the way. That would open it up a little bit, knock the 4 out of the way for Alabama, so that'd be good for Crimson Tide fans. It's got nothing to do with why I'm making the pick. Furman's a pretty good offensive team, and I'm not buying into the ACC. So give me Furman with my upset. If I had my voice, I could do the Brown Bandit. Sorry, guys. Can't do it. Can't force the Brown Bandit with this voice. I would not be able to talk for 2 weeks.
I'm okay with that.
You've not been able to talk for 2 weeks.
Do you? Well, Friday was one of my favorite shows of all time.
Yeah, you've said that about 7,000 times.
I did.
Why? Because he was down and out?
Well, we just had so many guests. That was sort of the third person that jumped in here with you. I'm kidding. I love Brownie so much. But you do a great job of being the tech on those shows when you're not in there. It was well set up, both Friday and on Sunday. Just perfect setups, man. And it's not easy. And we had people that were watching us set up yesterday.
Well, it must not be because you never participate.
I mean, I'm sitting there, and Brown had it set up beautifully yesterday at walk-ons. It was just a great setup.
Jim's idea of tearing something down, Tyler, is he unplugs one thing, and he literally scans the room like, who can I talk to now? I am the most socially awkward person in the world, but anything to avoid actual work, let me go talk to this guy. It's every single time, too.
People are driven from all over to see us, Tyler. Would you not go talk to them? It'd be rude not to, right? I didn't know if they were about to leave. I mean, they were sitting down and just ordered more drinks, but I felt like it had to be done right then.
Just pick your upset.
Do you have one?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with, I know you love this Creighton team, and I cannot believe how much love is being given to Creighton, but I think NC State, Kevin Keats, pretty good coach. They are another schizophrenic team. It seems like we say that all the time, but I think about half this field is like that. But Terquavion Smith is a guy that is capable of taking a game's over. Jarquel Joyner is really, really good as well, a guy that's averaging over 17 points per game. It's a team that beat Duke by 24 earlier this year. So I'm going to say NC State as a slight underdog takes out your Blue Jays of Creighton. It doesn't sound like an upset because it's NC State, a team that's won a national championship.
Oh, but my God, that was a lifetime ago.
Yeah. But that'll be my slight upset right now.
Yeah. I was going to go Furman, so that was my number one. Mississippi State's not officially in the game yet. I like Mississippi State over Iowa State.
You can pick it.
But just for purposes here, I'm going to go Charleston, 12 seed over number 5, San Diego State. They've been in the NCAA tournament 5 times before this. They have never lost by more than 10 points. They've been in every one of those games. They're 31-3. They didn't play a tough schedule, but that team knows how to win. I like them to beat San Diego State, which I think
we got chaos in that bracket then.
The Mountain West, by the way, they have not won a tournament game since 2018.
That's hard to believe. I remember one of my brackets last year, one of the reasons I had to go to Salina, it was like demolished before I even got to the second weekend. Well, I think you'll see a lot of that this year.
I mean, if me and Dunaway are right, it'll be a party down at the BJCC because you got a 12 and a 13. advancing in Alabama's region.
Yeah.
Well, and everybody's playing dogs. I saw this. I know we got to go to trash. I saw this yesterday where this one handicapper played the underdog on the money line in every game in the NCAA tournament. Do you think he won money or lost money?
I would say he won money.
He played $100 on every one.
I'd say he won money.
I think he lost money.
He won money.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He started 0-9.
Wow. It's quite a comeback.
You got to stick to the plan.
Yeah, but then a team like St. Peter's is a 15. When you win that game, you get half your money back immediately.
That works out really good for you. Gutter Cap brings you the show, and then we'll get to trash and Rece Davis, all still to come this hour. Tell us about Gutter Cap.
Yeah, 823-2212. That is the number. Chris Stewart, look, never clean those gutters out again. Again, you work hard all week. The last thing you want to do on the weekends, get the dangerous ladder out, get on the roof. 823-2212. GutterCapBirmingham.com. My good friend Chris Stewart, he's got an incredible special for you right now. Just call 823-2212. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over your existing gutter. You will never have to clean the gutters out again. It's a lifetime warranty. 823-2212. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trustville. Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
I hope our SID friends know how to take a joke.
Probably not.
About credentials. They were wanting a picture, so I just sent them that one.
Jim Poolside.
Jim Poolside. I hope they can take a joke. LT is about to give us trash. Champieschicken.com, Highway 119. They bring you this hour of the show. We appreciate Sterling and his crew so much. If I end up losing and have to write a country music song, I'll be spending a lot of time with Sterling on Highway 119 as he tries to come up with the music riffs that Rockstar would play in the background there. But we'll try to get to that point with those country music songs.
I got offered something this weekend. If that ends up being the challenge,
no, you got to
turned it down.
You got to write it. I'm not going to let Sterling write it for me. He's so good at writing.
No,
okay.
We were with Richard Holland, our good buddy from Kicking It Coolers, and he's got a ton of friends that are in the business, and he's like, man, I can have one of those guys churn out a song for you in a day.
And basically offered to shoot the video too. We're like,
we might do that.
All right, let's get to trash because we got Rece Davis in the next segment. So hit it, big guy. Other than 12 months of me with my shirt off or whatever I'm dressed up as, in a heartbeat, I'll eat those balls all day long.
I've been to it.
Wow.
Yeah.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Testicles, jewels, whatever you want to say it, they're the same thing. Y'all can make it gross if you want to.
Quick turnaround.
That was very good.
Very good. Hey, did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there's no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit mortgageright.com at their location, visit Mortgage Right at their locations 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. I know what you're about to say. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
People watch us and consume us at different rates. I love the people in the chat room that just now are hearing me take Charleston in the first round upset, and people are like, dang it, I had them in the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
Will got to go back and change.
Will they make it to their location? We start first. This is, we have some dumb criminals during trash.
We
right?
normally do, yes.
This guy might be.
Whole segment's built on it.
Well, we've got two. Your first two stories, Tyler, are two of the biggest idiots ever in crime.
Wow. Two of the biggest idiots ever in crime.
Yeah. We've got a burglar who left his birth certificate and prison ID cards at the scene of his crimes.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to track you down at that point.
He's been jailed. Police said Terry Lewis picked on churches, charity shops, and other businesses as he went on a 3-month burglary spree across Cambridge.
Number one, why are you carrying around your birth certificate? That's question number one.
Little Jeremy Pruitt in him?
Little Miles Simon.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Could you locate your birth certificate if you had to?
I can, because I've got a file at the house when I did a cleanup and a move.
Yeah.
I
think I know where my wife has mine.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Put this picture back up. Does he have a skull, or is that just a clean look into his brain on his forehead there?
I know what he doesn't have, and that's what we call Botox.
Common sense.
Did he steal somebody else's skin and just wrinkling it up on his forehead there?
Look, the conference we saw this weekend in Nashville, they wouldn't have allowed that, bro.
No, not at all. Nate Bargatze, the comedian, was talking about needing a birth certificate once, and he goes, I really thought I was the proof of my birth, but whatever, man.
That is scrunched up and so wrinkly. I hope, going back earlier in the show, I hope he's wiping from his forehead backwards there.
Interesting birthing scene last night in The Last of Us, the season finale.
Maggie's she started binge watching last night, and she usually goes to bed
FOMO
early.
like you, right?
She watched 2 episodes last night and loves it.
Lunsford, what'd you think?
I was watching the Oscars last night, so I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, I'm gonna come in there and spoil it.
I've played the game. I know what happened.
I'm just kidding. You really don't know what happened. Does it play out the same way?
I think it plays out the same way.
Okay, well, I'll just come ask you which way it played out, and I'll.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, 46-year-old that you see there looks a little older than 46. Often left the scene without actually stealing anything. Managed to make life easier for police, leaving a trail of clues behind. Birth certificate, DNA, footprints. Footprints? Who leaves footprints behind? And who's ever had to ink their feet?
What a moron.
Shoes, matching shoes.
Yeah, I guess so. Prison ID cards and plenty of CCTV images.
Mr. Brown, it's security in Nashville.
Yeah, that's dumb criminal
You left
1.
your birth certificate.
And footprints.
Dumb criminal number 2. A masked man who attempted to rob a teenager at knife point was unaware it was his own son. I mean, what are the odds?
It's going to be tough to explain to your wife when you get home.
What are the odds?
Dad, what are you doing?
Hey, you little kid.
No picture of this creep? Nope.
The Scottish government didn't release the name or picture
Oh.
of either the victim or the dad, so I couldn't find anything.
I'm sure they have one great family photo hanging somewhere that local news can just use in Scotland.
Now, 45-year-old who attempted to disguise himself with a mask and hood targeted the boy at an ATM in Glasgow. The victim, age 17, had used the cash machine near his home to withdraw $10. As he put his card in his pocket, took the cash from the machine, he turned left, felt something against the left side of his face, was pinned up against the wall by the neck with a kitchen knife pressed against his face. The robber told him, quote, "Give it to me now."
In Scotland tonight on Channel 6 in Scotland, Jonathan O'Hardison will be this family photo, Family Feud or not, when we come back.
You know,
his local news tease.
The boy responded,
"Dad,
are you serious? Do you know who this is?"
I don't care, punk.
The attacker said he didn't care, but the teenager then pulled the mask down to reveal his father and said, "What are you doing?" And the father said, quote, "I'm sorry, I'm desperate."
Go to your room.
Son fled the scene, went to tell grandma all about the situation.
Oh, he was straight to Granny.
Yep.
She's going to get that witch.
Game over.
The robber was later arrested at his home, initially denied being the culprit, but later stated, "I didn't know it was him at the cash machine. I do it time from time." Again, another dumb guy admitting crimes they have no idea that you're involved with. Just don't get this. Let's see. I know we're up against it. Or do we have a little bit of time?
We got a few minutes.
We got a little
You're
bit of
good.
time.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
All the time you need, actually.
Okay, a Chicago man has filed a class action lawsuit against Buffalo Wild Wings for their, quote, boneless wings. Now, Eamon Hallam claims the restaurant chain's boneless wings aren't actually wings, but are more similar to chicken nuggets.
Got a point there.
But I'm throwing the case out just because if you don't know that already, then you're a dumbass.
Well,
I mean, it's what it is. It's chicken nuggets or a small chicken finger. It's not a wing because there's no bone in it. So
Again, I don't know how people have the time for this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, don't clog up our court system. Out. Throw it out.
Now, Halem, the plaintiff, says in the complaint, quote, "The products are not wings at all, but instead slices of chicken breast meat, deep fried like wings. Indeed, the products are more akin to chicken nuggets rather than a chicken wing," according to the complaint.
1 million people have said that eating at Buffalo Wild Wings before. 1 million people. There's no lawsuit here.
Now, if you're the attorney on the other side, you say, "Mr. Dunaway, have you ever consumed do you eat just the flats or you eat the drums too?"
Yeah.
No, I like the drums too.
Nope,
Your Honor, those aren't wings
Those
either.
aren't wings either. Yeah.
It's a small chicken leg.
Yeah.
I demand this case be thrown out.
Yeah. By the way, pizza rolls, it's not rolls at all. It's just stuffed into a pastry. Basically, it's a pizza pastry.
That's what I had for lunch yesterday, was those pizza combos coming back with...
Lance ate a bag of combos coming back home. Pizza flavor.
Does that sound like a healthy, nutritious lunch?
No.
Chased him with a Gatorade.
Good breath, though.
Yeah.
Well, we weren't kissing.
Weren't really worried about that yesterday. The lawsuit also states in a New York Times article, which reported that selling boneless wings became more popular due to the rising cost of chicken wings, while the cost of chicken breast decreased. The complaint was filed on Friday in the U.S. District Court in the Northern District of Illinois. Hamlin is seeking damages, injunctive relief, among other things. Now, Hammond has, you'll be shocked, previously filed a similar complaint against the Kind Granola Bar Company.
It's not kind at
It's
all.
not kind at all.
It was very rude.
It's like the iron. It's unkind.
Yes.
He had an issue with how much cinnamon they were putting in the granola compared to how much was advertised.
Boy, can you imagine if you were married to this dude?
This guy should be on an island. He's got too much time. I bet he's a horrible neighbor.
I think
horrible neighbor.
I think we've got three island guys already. I think the guy that was robbing churches that left his
Yeah,
birth certificate.
absolutely. Yep.
I think the guy that held his own kid up with a knife to the throat.
Yep.
And then I think this guy.
Yep.
This guy cannot contribute to society.
Yeah. They don't have to be deep in the island, but we at least need to be on the beach.
Man, I had a Red Bull this past weekend mixed with Brown's favorite concoction.
It's been a big hydration for you this weekend.
Yeah.
Coffee today, Red Bull over the weekend.
What I was going to say, this coffee, I mean, I'm all over the place now.
Yeah,
I was
you're a bit
exhausted.
jittery, yeah.
Now times that by 3. I've had 3 of them.
Yeah, I could tell that way.
I don't think I could do this coffee thing all the time.
He's had one glass.
Okay, there is one animal that I think I'm right on this, is the only animal that is part of the dog pack or the canine family that can actually like chew through bone. You don't know what that is?
I do not. Lance.
That is going to be the coyote.
No, not even close. This is why I know that there was a Law and Order episode where they were shipping in these exotic animals. This guy found out about it. Yeah. And he put this dude in a room with hyenas, and all they found was like his jewelry. So, yeah, hyenas take your part.
So anyway,
they're like spitting out the diamond ring.
Man posted a video on social media explaining how he bought a puppy from an American bulldog breeder. Soon found out, actually a hyena.
Dude, classic mix-up.
Yes. My God, look at that thing. And look at those teeth. Now, I think they look really cool, though. But you just...
Do they?
I think they do.
Yeah.
Now, in the video, which is technically
technically look like they'd be guarding the gates of hell to me,
look
LT.
The
one on the left would be like, Satan, is that you behind the big breed of ugly dogs there?
I kind of like them. I don't like their actions. I don't think you could ever domesticate a hyena.
Probably not.
I kind of like the look. Anyway, in the video, which has gone viral, more than 3 million views, a man says he was scammed over a puppy he alleges is a hyena.
Not just a man. Infrared Savage is his name.
Damn. He might keep him. In the video, though, he said he met the breeder, asked if he had clipped the ears or something. Furthermore, the man says the animal looked like a wombat, which made him ask the breeder if sure it was a dog. Now, the breeder reportedly played coy, claiming it was an American bulldog, then proceeded to show the puppy's parents, who showed no similarity to their alleged baby. New dog owner then decided to name his new best friend Nina. She doesn't look like a Nina.
No, Nina does not fit that.
However, the buyer says that damn dog looked at him and laughed, to which response was, quote, "I don't want to play with you anymore." He said he was afraid, wondering what the F is he laughing for. The man says the animal was laughing humanely. The buyer says the animal gave one big laugh, bit him hard on the leg. "Hard as hell, bro," was the quote, says the man, adding that he didn't know that dogs had crack babies. Now, spotted hyenas are known to vocalize their frustration, excitement, and fear as what sounds to like laughing.
The old laughing hyena.
Laughing hyena, yeah. Well, that is a scary animal.
It is a scary animal.
I'm glad they don't run a wild in the woods around here.
No, hey, a pack of those things will tear you apart.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Through the bone.
But you see that picture? Y'all saw the ladybird picture from this weekend, right? I'm going to need you to get Forrester to post that one. It's one of the best pictures that I've seen.
No, you showed
it. You guys
to me.
agree?
Yeah. It's like...
it's not real. I mean, it looks like
It's like Ladybird's a transformer. All of a sudden, it goes from ground device to a jet.
Yeah, I'll
superhero.
Send it to Forrester and we can throw it on later.
That is trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Again, buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who know mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply it. MortgageRight.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
We're going to talk to Rece Davis coming up in the next segment. Rece will jump on here and give us a chance to talk to him about what's going on with the NCAA tournament. He's part of the selection unveil yesterday. It's an interesting bracket. Rece has covered basketball with Game Day all year long, so we'll get Rece's take when we come back. The show being brought to you in part by the official tequila that LT was just talking about, Brown's Drink. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila, aged in that new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It is Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Ask for it by name.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
All right, let's talk to Rece Davis and talk a little bit about this NCAA tournament. Alabama, first time ever the #1 overall seed, program history. That's saying a lot.
It absolutely is. Rece joins us each week, courtesy of our friends MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Code Next Round. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Apologies for my voice, Rece. It is pollen season in Birmingham. Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on, and thanks for your patience this morning as I travel home.
Not a problem. Not a problem at all. I want to start here in Birmingham. How surprised were you that you knew Alabama was going to get the 1 here, but that Auburn, in an 8-9 game, was allowed to stay in Birmingham? That got a pretty big surprise around here.
Screw up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other way to say it. They screwed that up because it's not the right thing for Houston. I mean, good for Auburn, to be able to play close to home, and there's no guarantee that they'll get a shot at Houston. I guess while I'm at it, Iowa's higher seeded than they are. It's not fair to Iowa. It's their road game or whatever.
Dunaway, Rece.
But at the end of the day, I mean, you still have to win the games, and Iowa's going to be very difficult for Auburn because it seems that Auburn doesn't do well, Iowa does, and vice versa. So it'll be a really entertaining game. Fans there will be able to see a terrific player in Chris Murray, and the McCaffrey brothers are both outstanding players. I called one of their games earlier this year. Philip Racha is also a really difficult guy to guard. So Auburn's a really good defensive team, but they'll have their hands full with Iowa for sure.
Rece, we did a selection show last night, and Dunaway said, I never thought as an Alabama fan I would live a day where Alabama was the #1 overall seed in the NCAA tournament. You're an Alabama grad. You share that sentiment?
Yes. I mean, I'm really, really surprised by it. Not for this year. I'm speaking contextually, I guess Jim is big picture. But this year it was deserved. I would not have thought it was some type of egregious error had either Kansas with all of those elite wins or Houston with its gaudy record. If they either had been the overall #1 seed, I would not have had a big beef with that. But I do think that the appropriate decision was made and that Alabama is the #1 overall seed.
Which one of the #1s do you think got the toughest draw? Because, I mean, you mentioned Houston, possibility of playing Auburn and Birmingham in their second game, but boy, Kansas, who has all those quad one wins, that West looks so hard. You guys talked about it last night. It is a dangerous path for Kansas.
It is, but I think it's pretty simple to me who got the most difficult draw with the number 1 seed. It's Purdue, because Purdue has Duke in the Sweet 16, and Duke was misseeded in my judgment. I thought they should have probably gotten the last 3. At worst, they should have been a 4. But the 5 now is a tough thing for Purdue. But also, I would say the sort of the fabulous parting gift of the consolation prize for the Blue Devils is that they get a very manageable path to the Final Four. Because if there's any team in college basketball that has the interior length and size and personnel to match up with Zach Edey, if that is possible, it's Duke. With Derek Lively the second, and when Kyle Filipowski plays the 5, then Edey can't just sit back there. He'll hit the 3. If Purdue gets there, and Memphis will be tough for them too in the second round. If Purdue gets there, I think Duke's the better team. Just to be candid with you right now that they're at full strength, so I think it's Purdue by far that has the most difficult path. I mean, Kansas certainly has a difficult one because I favor UConn to come out of that bracket. I think UConn is just candidly, I think they're the better team. They haven't played better, but they have more weapons at their disposal, and I think UConn's going to come out of that West anyway. So both of those have a difficult one, but I would say that Purdue has the most difficult one simply because Duke's in their path, and Duke hasn't shown the vulnerabilities in their last 9 to 10 games that UConn has. UConn might be, better overall, but they haven't, they've been a little bit up and down and inconsistent in their play.
ESPN's Rece Davis with us through the tournament, courtesy of MyBookie, MyBookie.ag, code next round. That is MyBookie.ag, code next round to get that deposit bonus up to $2,000. Speaking of teams that were improperly seeded, many argue Texas A&M is that as well. How intriguing are they and that potential round 2 matchup against their old rival Texas?
Well, we're going to be seeing a lot of that in coming years, I guess. But it is. I don't really have a problem with A&M seed because they certainly played much better later on, but you still have to evaluate the 6 and 5 start with losses to Murray State and Wofford. So I think that put a little bit of a ceiling on their seed. I think it's a really compelling matchup because Texas is a team that's capable not only of going to Final Four but winning the national championship. So Texas really playing well, really playing together. They're going to get Timmy Allen back. We assume Marcus Carr's been sensational. Sir Jabari Rice has been a really solid, disciplined scorer with, as Billis loves to point out, the best shot fake in college basketball. I do think that Billis is getting tired that every time Sir Jabari scores without a shot fake, that I say no shot fake necessary, and I think he's getting a little weary of that. But that just means I'm going to do it more. But I do think that it's a compelling matchup. But the reason that I would be really surprised if A&M wins that game is because Texas is capable of going against them physically, and Texas scores much easier than Texas A&M does. And Alabama's elite defensively, so I don't want to make this just seem like Texas A&M can't make shots. Alabama is a handful on defense, but I think you're the scoring weapon. So I would favor Texas if we get that matchup because Penn State doesn't play fast, but man, can they shoot it? So A&M needs to be wary in that first round of the Nittany Lions for sure.
Mick Cronin's a hell of a coach, and this team does have some pretty good tournament experience. But with Jalen Clark out now, how deep can UCLA go?
I still think they could go to the Final Four. I've got UConn coming out of that bracket, but I'm not going to. I've got UCLA in the Elite Eight, and it is a problem. You're right. I mean, Jalen Clark, his absence is going to hurt. but they're going to need Amari Bailey to play really well. They'll need to get a Dembona back, which I think they are expecting to get him back. He's a terrific freshman for them. And Jaime Jaquez, Alabama fans will certainly remember Jaquez and Tiger Campbell, and they're well aware of what those guys can do. So I think UCLA can still go to the Final Four. It's a tough call for me between them and UConn, but I ended up going with UConn. But it does hurt. I probably would have favored UCLA to win the national championship had Clark not gotten hurt. But I still think they can go to the Final Four.
Not to sound like a congressional hearing, Rece, but I will use the remainder of my time for one question, not tournament related. Chris Beard is officially the head coach at Ole Miss today. Forget anything off the court. As a basketball coach coming into a league that has 8 bids, and I don't know if SEC basketball has ever been healthier, what does Chris Beard bring to an Ole Miss job as an X's and O coach and a guy that can recruit?
I mean, elite, right at the top of his profession. But as you know, not to take your question in an area that you don't want to go, but much like you're seeing with Alabama, it's impossible to separate some things into on and off the court, at least for a long time. And how Chris Beard and how Ole Miss navigates this, in the early days will be important. There's going to be a lot of criticism, a great deal of it justified, and how they handle that will, I think, go a long way toward determining whether this works or not, or whether this becomes something that is that stays over the Ole Miss program for quite some time. However, that said, if navigated well, and if they can find a way past that, to your point about X's and O's, he's tremendous. They will guard like crazy, or if they don't, they won't play for him. He's just there was a reason that Texas hired him and felt like that they'd found their long-term perfect fit solution. And this is a tremendous on the court hire for Ole Miss, but it certainly comes with a significant amount of risk, given all of the off the court issues, which is the same thing that Alabama has entertained in far different situations, obviously. But I mean, in terms of dealing with with risk and risk management and all of that type of thing, it's almost, even as good as Chris is as a coach, it's almost impossible to separate one from the other in this instance, in my judgment.
All right, he is ESPN's Rece Davis with us through the tournament, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Thank you for the time, Rece. Have a great week.
Okay, you guys do the same. Thank you.
Take care. Rece with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. MyBookie.ag, code next round to get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000. Great for the tournament. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
You think LT Rece was wondering who was sitting in with me and you today, like who that voice was?
Why are you letting him drive the interview?
Yeah. Well, who is this guy tossing to?
Who's the smoker?
Is Brown on vacation?
It's getting a little bit better every day, though.
Getting a little worse as the show grinds on here.
I think we're close to done
I think we're leaning on him a little too much. Don't go anywhere, but let us.
Well, I got my 2 good stats I want to share.
Yeah, we'll get to that coming up in a very open 12 o'clock hour. We'll get back to more of your chats. A lot of good stuff over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. But Rece, right there, painting a scenario where Purdue could be in trouble. And, we mentioned it with Zach Edey. A lot of you folks in the chat room today don't like the way Zach plays. You think he travels, he bully balls himself in there, knocking people around.
Well, the alarming thing is less with him to me, but more, I've seen games this year where he's had like 20 and 10 and they lose. I mean, he can be a big factor in a game, and it still does not win them the game. And Lance, you brought up the point. When is the last time a team whose best player, obvious best player is a big man, has won the tournament on that guy's back?
I can't remember it.
It generally doesn't happen.
So I don't know about you guys. First thing I do on a tournament, I've got 12 of my 32 teams already in my second round, and I will not change those. Then I got to go back through and work the rest. But the first thing I always do is I'm going 1/16. So I've got Purdue easily walking into the second round. But after that, I'm not sure that Purdue is going to be able to get out of the second round.
There have been most years I take the ones and put them in the Sweet 16 because that's the odds. But I no longer do that anymore because of the parity. Brown, are you familiar with the song "Betty Davis Eyes"? Can you give me a little? Can you give me that chorus real quick?
I can't remember how the chorus goes.
She's got Betty Davis eyes.
She's got Betty Davis
You
eyes.
sound more like Kathleen Turner than.
What does she say?
She
Kathleen
sounds
Turner,
like
she's an actress.
Oh, I know who she
She
is.
sounds like a man that smokes.
Oh, wow. Hello, doll.
Hello, doll. God, how does Betty Davis eyes? I mean, it's Ashley's a great music person. One of our great female listeners. She says Brown could do some killer Kim Carnes today.
Chase P says I sound like I work at the DMV. I'm going to need to see the bill of sale.
Spot on Kathleen Turner, everyone's saying.
What? Kathleen Turner?
Yeah.
Hello, doll.
Boy, Kathleen Turner, I don't know. I was never a big fan.
I really don't
Body
know her.
Heat, Romancing the Stone,
Yeah.
War of the Roses. She's in something new coming out.
Wow, she's still alive?
Yeah. She's doing an ensemble movie. I forgot what it is.
I don't know what movie it's from. I just really Googled what is the...
Somebody said Kathleen Turner played Chandler's dad on Friends. Is that true?
That is true.
That is
Yep,
true,
yep,
yes.
yep, that is true.
This is her. I just give me Kathleen Turner's greatest movie line. I don't know what movie it's from, but this is the quote, Brown. Repeat after me. When I watch you eat, when I see you asleep, when I look at you lately.
This is Michael Douglas.
I just want to smash your face in.
When I watch you eat, when I see you asleep, when I look at you lately, I just want to smash your face in.
So that movie is based. I don't know if you've seen it. Danny DeVito's her attorney.
What's the name of the movie?
It's The War of the Roses. So their last name Rose, and they're sharing their house when they're going through a divorce, and they absolutely hate each other, and so they're just trying to one up each other throughout the movie. And she ends up, not spoiler work because I think it's from '88 or '89. She ends up like his ladybird. She ends up serving him his ladybird.
Yikes.
Like the dog?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
At least she pretended to. I hadn't seen it in forever.
No, if she really does that, that is over boiling the rabbits in
Fatal Attraction.
Fatal Attraction.
Danny wants me to say, Owen doesn't have a cousin, Patty. I don't know what that is. Hope I did it right.
Now say it deeper again, though.
Owen doesn't have a cousin, Patty. Milkman says, hello, darling, by Conway Twitty. Hello, darling. I don't know. I'm just saying stuff now. I don't even know if I say it right.
All right. When we come back, one more hour of bracket talk. LT's got our 4 downs. We appreciate Rece Davis being on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Amazingly, Brown's voice will get perfect by Wednesday night when he's back hosting trivia Wednesday night with LT at our friends Odie's.
Yeah, Odie's Team Trivia. We do it every single Wednesday night. Looking forward to that. Also, the incredible food. Get there a little early. We'll get take the stage about 8 o'clock. But the food from Rece Davis, the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, fabulous sandwiches. Don't forget about the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. You can watch all your college basketball there. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. We'll get to your comments over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, and we'll have four downs. Alabama and Auburn both in Birmingham. No chance they'll play each other. It's a pod system here. One's in the South, one's in the Midwest region. So the only way Alabama and Auburn could play each other would be the Final Four. Actually, the national championship game. Because the Midwest plays the West. So the only way Alabama and Auburn could play each other would be for the national championship game, which, by the way, would be fantastic.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
It would be really a blast.
Think there'd be a buzz around this town?
There would be, and that's when we'd have to point out that Auburn had led Alabama 65 of the 85 minutes they played this year. So it would be an interesting game, no doubt. How awesome would that be if that happened? Who would have ever had that Alabama and Auburn play each other in basketball for a national championship before football?
I mean, you had Duke, North Carolina in the Final Four last year. This would not have those fills, but it would around here.
I'll give you 20-1 stakes. So that would put you up 28 stakes.
First of all, my heart would explode if we start paying those off, but I'm going to pass on that one. Okay. I'm not even sure Alabama can get there, let alone Auburn. So I don't know. I mean, this is not the strongest Auburn team, but it's a gutsy one. They're a 9 seed. They're in Birmingham. They'll be here on Wednesday with a shoot-around. I think they shoot around 11:45 in the morning. Probably shouldn't have said that out loud. Don't know.
I think they're open to the public.
Is it open to the public?
In the NCAA tournament, it is.
All right. So Wednesday shoot-arounds open to the public per Ryan Brown of the Next Round.
Normally.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that'll be happening on Wednesday, and I think they're around the lunch hour if you want to plan on going down there. I'll see if I can find a Bama time for you guys. Steve, I bring up Alabama and Auburn both being here in Birmingham because it's going to be a tough ticket. And Steve, one of our great viewers, said, hey, I don't trust the other sites. Where would you guys recommend getting tickets? And we sent them to ATIX. Steve writes back, just talked to Natalie over at ATIX, and she got me taken care of for the Bama tickets for the weekend. And he goes, capital letters, very nice lady. Told her you guys recommended them, and we exchanged some laughs about you and LT. So
wow.
Well, Natalie, I've known Natalie for, I want to say 25 years. But, yeah, she does a fantastic job. Those guys are just great. I mean, I don't know how many of our listeners are, like, repeat customers. But anytime any of us need tickets, I mean, I've never even gone to, like, StubHub or whatever the other one is.
I am willing to say if both advance, the Saturday ticket, single session now, Alabama in one game, Auburn in another, might be the single most expensive ticket in the history of our state.
No.
I mean, Auburn versus Oregon out. But
That
that game
wasn't in
wasn't
our
played
state.
here. Yeah, okay.
No, I think kick 6. I mean, it's no telling what that game was.
Oh, that's going to be. What do you think a get-in is for Saturday?
Probably $600 or $700.
You think a kick 6 get-in was $700?
I mean, obviously the capacity is.
That's why I
5
say
or 6
that.
times.
That's why I say
But
that.
there was so much on the line.
Cheapest ticket on the market's what Brown's saying,
Yeah.
with 85,000 at Jordan Hare.
I mean, maybe you're right. There was so much at stake, obviously, in that game.
Game of the century, not game of the century.
Yeah.
Well, no, game of the century. That was a steep one, too. I was considering all those games when I said this.
2010 comeback when Alabama was trying to derail Auburn.
I don't know if those get-ins are going to be $750 for those games, though. And that could be what you get Saturday here.
Well, on Friday, we'll do some research on Friday. If it happens, we'll see what we can pull out. Our friends at ATEX would know that.
Oh, there's no doubt. I would trust them to know what the get-in was.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Let's talk a little bit about the tournament a little bit more. In your headlines, you got Alabama and Auburn. We've talked about that. You got Chris Beard officially announced at Ole Miss. Away from the basketball headlines, Jalen Ramsey is now a member of the Dolphins. It was a salary cap dump. You can't describe it anything else but a salary cap dump is what they did. They dumped the salary.
I won't get too into it because it is part of 4 downs.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was, yes.
They get a third-round draft pick, and Brown, as he calls him, a special teams player, Hunter Long, who plays tight end. Dolphins also pick up Tua Tagovailoa's fifth-year option, which is a major story in its own right.
Well, it was something they were probably going to have to do, but a lot of people are surprised they did it this quickly. And Lance, what they're saying is this shows you that Miami is not at all in the running for Tom Brady coming back out of retirement or Aaron Rodgers or Jimmy Garoppolo, that they are sticking with Tua Tagovailoa.
Or Baker Mayfield.
Or Baker Mayfield, or anybody, really, if you do it this quickly.
Well, and our buddy Dan Orlovsky pointed out this morning, it was kind of a back and forth between him and Dan Graziano, because Graziano's like, if the Dolphins, don't rule out Tom Brady still. There's been those rumors the Dolphins can't trust that Tua's going to stay healthy. And Orlovsky's like, I think you roll the dice on the 5th year because when healthy, they were the #1 passing offense in football.
They were. I mean, he was as good as anybody last year when healthy.
Deron Payne got paid the best salary of a defensive tackle not named Aaron Donald ever, former Alabama defensive tackle with the Commanders, a 4-year, $90 million contract. $60 million of that is guaranteed.
Well, good for Deron. He's a guy that we don't talk about enough because the Redskins / Commanders just aren't that good.
I mean, that's true. Can't argue that one.
And Carolina's got the #1 overall pick. They are literally on the clock right now. What is surprising, though, they may actually trade out of that.
So,
wait, no.
Say that again.
There are people saying that.
So they gave all that up to get the first pick, and then they're going to trade it?
That there is a potential that they could trade it and get, they may like a certain quarterback that they think they could get at the 2 or 3 position and be willing to trade with somebody who wants to make sure they're getting their quarterback, get some of that back, and still get the quarterback they wanted.
Yeah, I think that's risky.
It does feel risky, but if you like a lot of quarterbacks,
but I mean, if you're Will Levis or Anthony Richardson, I think you can trade back.
Yeah, if you like Anthony Richardson, which is getting a lot of play as the #1 overall now, but a lot of people think C.J. Stroud is going to be Carolina's choice.
Yeah, I think that's the quarterback they like right now. So if you're the Texans and the quarterback you love is C.J. Stroud, then maybe it makes sense.
Yeah. All right, so that's some of the football news. Alabama did not start spring today. They start a week from Monday.
Auburn, as first reported here.
Auburn is back out a little bit later on. By the way, Greg Sankey said on Friday, we talked about his news conference up in Nashville. He said that they hope to, by the time they leave the spring meetings in Destin, to have the announcement of whether we're an 8 or 9 team conference games in 2024 in the SEC, whether we're divisions or no divisions. They won't announce the schedule in the spring, but they will have the format, they hope, by the time they leave the meeting down in Destin.
Yeah.
He said that on Friday.
Sounds like they already have the format based on what a lot of coaches are saying.
Yeah, and that they will get down there and just sort of rubber stamp it, get it passed, make the official announcement on the plan, and then have a schedule release show a little bit later on.
I'd be all about that.
In the summer. Should be a lot of fun. Back to basketball we go right after LT tells us about our friends at Woodhouse. We're not too far away from Mother's Day.
Well, I mean, we're a couple of months, but look, it doesn't matter. Treat your significant
Are
other.
we a couple of months?
It's in May.
It's in May.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Treat your significant other or yourself to the best day spa. It's Birmingham's Woodhouse Day Spa, located at Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. You can buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell Casey, Stewart, fine folks there, the next round sent you.
Boy, in a show where it does not seem like time flies enough with me, daylight savings has really sped things up for me today, as Smub says. I was 1 week early on Alabama and moving Mother's Day a couple of months up.
That's right. Yeah, you're always working ahead, Jimmy.
I'm springing forward.
Well, that is something that always sneaks up on me. I didn't realize we sprung forward until we sprung forward.
Thank God all my clocks update now on their own.
You should have seen Lance when I informed him of that, though, because it was about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. I was, by the way, don't forget.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to figure it out in my head. Is this good or bad for tonight?
I would imagine it does not matter.
Yeah, it didn't really matter.
Houston is the betting favorite. We've talked about some upsets already. But let's talk a little bit more about Alabama and the way they're playing right now. If you can give me cut number 2, Nate Oates, now about being the number 1 overall seed. But for him, he knows that his team maybe had turned a corner a little bit and played better at the SEC tournament, but they still have a lot of work to do to get where they want to go.
Not sure we would have predicted this. Now, being the number 1 overall seed's great. It says what an unbelievable regular season we've had. You still got to go win the games. Getting the number 1 overall seed doesn't guarantee anything. We've got to get refocused, play well. We're fortunate enough. We've got 6 games left in the season, but shoot, we could have 1. Got anywhere between 1 and 6. But yeah, I do think it shows the quality of players we've been able to get in. I mean, no coach is good enough coach to, win without really talented players. Like we've got arguably the best player in the country in Brandon Miller. He's the best college prospect as far as NBA talent goes. When you kind of go down the list, we've got really, really talented players that are playing well and playing together, and you can kind of see their love for each other. The chemistry's great. Even some of the guys that haven't played that much, their attitudes are unbelievable in this thing, and we've been able to win a lot of games. So proud of our guys, proud of what we've been able to build here over the 4 years, but we've got a lot of work left in front of us these next 3 weeks.
And it's a good time right now to point out the Seth Greenberg quote that you gave us earlier for Alabama. He called him what?
The Noah's Ark of basketball. They've got 2 of everything. So with that said, and now that Alabama's got this 1 seed, the number 1 overall for the first time in school history, they've got probably the best player in college basketball. Where is the line of satisfaction for Alabama fans in this
Final
tournament?
4?
It's got to be the Final 4.
I would agree.
You've never done it. You've been to the Elite 8. You're the overall 1. You're starting right here in Birmingham. You're playing a little. I mean, it's Final 4 or it's a disappointment.
Yeah. And you got a great draw.
Even if you match the Elite 8 as the greatest season ever in 2004, at least your deepest run, I wouldn't call it the greatest season ever, but your deepest run in 2004, even if you match that, it's going to be disappointing because of the fact that you're the number 1 overall seed, and we see the video of them cutting down the nets in Nashville. But you did this just 2 years ago with Nate Oates. You won the regular season and you won the tournament. So you've just duplicated that again. But as we said in the first hour, now you're to the next time you cut down a net, if you get a chance to cut down a net again, you've never done that before in program history, just like you've never been a number 1 overall seed before. That guy right there who's getting his all-conference trophy right there, Javon Quinterly, I'd like to talk a little bit about him right now. JQ from the Arkansas game on has become very important because at one point it was the other 2 guards that were sort of driving this team most of the season. But lately, Javon Quinterly, has become so important, and he dropped a 20 spot on him yesterday.
22. And, Nate Oates with an interesting choice to start Javon Quinterly, not bring him off the bench in that 6-man role. And you got to say it worked in Nashville.
Well, in some of these key games, going back in the 17-point deficit against Auburn. He has 24 in that one. Then yesterday you mentioned the 22. And he's one of those guys that you rely on from the perimeter too. But he's also a guy that can actually get to the basket when the offense is stalled a little bit. I mean, he's a huge asset.
He is.
I would say I used to say Mark Sears was a guy, obviously outside of Brandon Miller. I think Javon is probably that second most important part in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you. There was a time Mark Sears, other than Brandon Miller, was the most important player on the team. And I still think that can be the case. If they're going to win it all, I think Mark Sears has to get back to playing the way he played.
Maybe so. I'm going to disagree with both of you. I think if you get the Charles Bediako that played in Nashville, I don't know how you beat this team.
Well, to get back to Seth Greenberg, the good thing is that when Bediako, if he gets into foul trouble, you're not like Edey. You got another two guys that can come in and Pringle and Gurley and play some defense down low.
And he fouled out yesterday, but after a double-double, he fouled out. But, I mean, the guy had 11 total block shots in 3 SEC tournament games, scored double digits in all the games, had a double-double yesterday. With that inside presence, and as well as Alabama shoots from the perimeter at times, I don't know. What do you do there? I mean, what do you defend?
But this is the toughest thing to win, the NCAA tournament, to win 6 games and not get beat. Javon Quinterly understands that. He brings a veteran presence to that Alabama backcourt.
You guys celebrated, but it seems like more still ahead.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. We set, like Coach said, we set goals. Over the summer, regular season, tournament, and obviously a national championship. And it's March. Any team can win on any given day. So I'm gonna make sure our guys are ready to go, no matter who we match up with.
Yeah, that obviously before the selection show, they get the winner of Texas A&M Corpus Christi and Southeast Missouri State. Alabama 4th in the country in tempo, but their last 4 games, Brownie, they average 82 points a game, but the last 4 games have all played under what the Vegas total is. So not the point output that Vegas has thought from both teams combined, but Alabama's defense, I believe, has jumped to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're 3rd in the nation in defense on KenPom, which is obviously very elite, but still 4th in tempo. I mean, that's the challenge you face with Alabama.
Yeah, and that's how, the way Texas A&M approached it. Everybody but Missouri, you saw Mississippi State. Other teams are going to try to slow it down against Alabama. Slow it down. You don't want to get running up and down the court with them in that situation.
Well, I mean, you go back to before South Carolina, the game that came out, or the first game after, all the news, the controversy came out. They hadn't given up more than 69 points in a conference game. And then they give it up 3 straight games to South Carolina, Arkansas, Auburn. They lose 67-61 to A&M. But this weekend, they gave up 49 to Mississippi State, 61 to Missouri, and 63 to A&M.
They're winning all those games. I mean, you give up that point total in the NCAA tournament, they cut down the net. I do want to ask, because I saw Quinterly, and I've got a good friend of mine that used to officiate on a fairly high level in college. And I went to college with a guy that has done some NBA games too, and he's told me the same thing. That if I call a technical, everybody in the gym is going to know why I called it.
And that didn't happen yesterday.
Well, they called 2, and ESPN couldn't even replay what happened. Did you not find that odd?
Yeah, it was obviously something Javon Quinterly said.
But you could see, I was just like, for what? What am I getting teed up for?
Yeah, it was something he said, obviously. He had been working the officials the entire game.
It's just weird to me that they called 2 technicals, and ESPN couldn't even show you what happened with either one.
To your point, it needs to be.
Well, I've always believed in that philosophy. If I'm a ref, I call it technical. Everybody in the gym is going to say, I may not agree with it, but I see why I called it.
So no matter what I say, if I say it low enough where nobody else knows
Are you saying it to me?
Yeah, to you, the official.
I mean, I would think I could work through that, yeah.
Yeah. Paul, I agree with you. Gurley's minutes are huge sometimes. And what's amazing is, like Namari Burnett, who comes on with us through the NCAA tournament. I don't know if he got in a game yesterday, right? But he is a guy that sometimes he goes out there and plays a huge defensive role. I forget which game it was that Gurley, it may have been the Arkansas game, but there was one game down the stretch, a big game in Tuscaloosa. And Gurley doesn't even get in the freaking game. Doesn't play. Maybe it was the Missouri game, Vandy game. I don't know. I can't remember which ones I was at. But Gurley didn't even get in that game. But then sometimes he comes in and he plays a tremendous role on the team. And that gets back to Greenberg's thoughts. I mean, Rylan Griffin can come in. There's so many different players on this team that gives them a lot of depth. And Brandon Miller had a little foul trouble in Nashville. He missed chunks of the last 2 games, and sometimes they extended the lead with him on the bench.
Well, before the SEC tournament, Gurley went 6 straight games with no more than 10 minutes.
Yep. And then sometimes he's out there.
So I do think it shows you the depth. Yeah, I mean, he played 20-plus minutes in all 3 games in Nashville.
Yeah. All right. So that's Nashville in the books. Alabama's the number 1 overall seed for the first time in program history. Now can they get past the Elite Eight, something they have never done before? Well, when we come back, LT's got 4 downs. Later on, more from Bruce Pearl about Auburn not only being in the tournament, but getting a chance to come to Birmingham. If you missed our conversation with Rece Davis, you can get that podcasted anywhere, including our YouTube channel. Remember to like and subscribe, or go to nextroundlive.com for an audio there. New York Butcher Shop is ready for the grilling season, and they hope you are too, but they got some meals to make it easy on a work week as well, right? Already prepared meals?
Yeah, our buddy Jim that we met over the weekend in Nashville lives right down the street. He says, I actually go see Jim too much at the Cobb Heights location.
You can't go too much.
Yeah, he said, I wear it out. I mean, once you go, this is where you're going to get your meat. I mean, they are the absolute best. Fantastic staff. They've got those huge deli sandwiches. Don't forget those for lunch. But stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Go see Jim and those guys. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you, with a great selection of wine and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cobb Heights, 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, back with you here in the next round. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they don't only bring you the chat over here on all our video platforms and the Twitter feed, but they bring you 4 downs every day. Our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We were just up to Nashville, separate cars, and before you hit the road, always good to get those tires checked, make sure they're balanced and good to go. A lot of traveling coming up this spring and summer, spring break for some people currently right now. I learned today in Tuscaloosa. Before you hit spring break, before you hit the beach, make sure your Vulcan Tire and Automotive has your ride ready to roll.
You're right. Before that next trip, make sure you take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive. That comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across the Birmingham area. You can find out more about what they do for you and your vehicle at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, Aaron Rodgers ultimately retires, or he's a Jet?
Jet, Jet.
Retire.
Yes.
Yeah, retiring, no. Jets most likely, but he'll play somewhere, and it will not be Green Bay.
Yeah, too much money on the table, I think.
$60 million he's owed from Green Bay. I don't know if he reworks that with the Jets to get 2 years out of it and probably more money when it's all said and done. But there's an opportunity there for him to go out winning. I'm still like you. I'd rather be in the NFC with some NFC team, but the Jets, good enough defense, maybe some weapons there.
I think their defense is really, really good.
To help me have a nice ending. I'll go with Brown. Jets, Jets.
I'm going to go Jets as well. I really don't care, though.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Well, I care if it's the Jets. That affects my division. Yeah.
Second down.
Better pickup, Jalen Ramsey to the Dolphins, or what the Bears were able to do on Friday, getting DJ Moore, 2 number 1s, and a number 3 for the first overall pick.
Well, I will say Jalen Ramsey because you're getting a known commodity, and even the Bears getting that haul, they still got to get the picks right for that to pay off.
DJ Moore is he's probably going to be, outside of David Montgomery, maybe the best weapon for the Bears.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bears just don't have weapons.
And you're getting a 9th, a 61st, you're getting the DJ Moore, you're getting the 2024 first, a second in 2025, but some of that is not as immediate as what Jalen Ramsey can do for the Dolphins immediately. 3 years from now, 4 years from now, the Bears may be going, man, I love that trade.
Yeah.
And Jalen Ramsey may be on the back end of his career, and it may not be so good, but for the immediate, it's good. And just think about your division. If, let's say the Bills end up getting Derrick Henry, and now all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers is with the Jets, and you've got Tua back, and you've got Jalen Ramsey there, and already what you did last year with Tyreek Hill, all of a sudden, how crazy is the AFC East?
It's insane.
And then there's the Patriots.
Yeah. No, it's insane.
And that's what's insane, too. The Patriots look like the worst team.
They really do. But when you have Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard on those corners with Javon Holland at safety, Vic Fangio taking over as the coordinator.
Bradley Chubb now.
Jalen Phillips, he's turned into a really good pass rusher.
Yeah.
Christian Wilkins, if it's not Aaron Donald, he might be the best interior lineman in the NFL, Lance. And
that takes a lot of pressure off of Tua.
Absolutely.
And that offense, so the number you got to score to win games.
That's right. It's huge.
Yeah, but Waddle and Hill, you guys, if Tua stays healthy, no excuses.
Super Bowl contender easily if Tua stays upright.
But you could say that about the Bills too.
You can say it about most of the
Bills
division.
anyway, and then add Derrick Henry, give them a little bit more threat of a running game. I don't know what the Jets are with Aaron Rodgers at that point with those 2 improvements, but they're better off than they were.
Third down.
So he completely dominated in Jacksonville this weekend, but better chance of winning a major this year, Scotty Scheffler or Cameron Smith?
Just a note before you answer that, Brown. Remember that Scotty Scheffler, I have this written down here because I don't believe it, is 6 PGA wins, 1 major, big one yesterday, paid $4.5 million, and he's 26 years old.
Yep.
He looks so much older than 26, but he is just 26 years old. He's so mature-looking, vanilla, so mild manner that he carries himself a lot older than he really is. He's 26.
Jimmy Johnson of golf.
He is the NASCAR driver, Jimmy Johnson of golf, 100%.
I would probably go Scheffler in this one, though Cam Smith plays Augusta very, very well. Not that Scheffler doesn't. He just won there last year. But, if you told me those 2 are in the final pairing again, I'd say I totally believe that.
Hard to repeat
it's
anywhere.
very difficult. Very difficult. But
I think I'd go Cam Smith.
I think I'd go Scheffler.
Yeah. I'd probably go Scheffler again because of his demeanor. But I don't know. It's just hard to win the Masters. It's hard to win 2 Masters.
Hard to win any major.
Right. So to go back to back, but you're also there's a couple of things you do during the week that that adds a little pressure
No,
to you.
when you're the defending champion, yeah. I mean, it is a different experience than if you're just coming in to play the event, no doubt.
4th down.
William H. Macy, 73 years old. Better Macy movie, Fargo or Boogie Nights?
Really good in Boogie Nights. I did not see Fargo, so I'll say Boogie Nights.
Would you say those are his two best? Is that why you asked that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the most high-profile movies.
I really liked
He was obviously more involved in Fargo than Boogie Nights.
I liked his role in Almost Famous. Wasn't he the friend on the other end of the phone when he would call and talk to his?
That was the late Philip Seymour Hoffman.
These are different people.
Yeah, but quite different.
Totally. One's dead in the ground, and one turned 73 today.
They don't really look particularly very much alike.
They don't look alike?
No.
Can I get Philip Seymour Hoffman and who we're talking about now? Who are we talking about right now?
William H. Macy.
And Forrester's right. The Cooler was so underrated. But, Alec Baldwin kind of stole the show in that one. Really, really good movie. I would go Fargo here. I love both of the movies.
I'm going to need to see what William H. Macy looks
Somebody
like.
said Shameless. But to me...
oh, I know who he is now from Shameless.
Yeah.
That's not a movie, but yeah, that's a great role.
Emmy Rossum stole the show in that one.
Yeah. Was Philip Seymour Hoffman also in Boogie Nights?
Yeah.
Okay. That is where I got my confusion.
Yeah, he was Scotty, the boom operator.
Yeah. They do not look alike.
They don't look at all alike.
But see, having not seen Fargo, I went to Boogie Nights, and when you said that's who popped in my head.
Okay.
When
What
you
about
said Shameless, I thought of the other guy.
What about Air Force One when he refuses to take the last parachute to the plane or whatever?
Oh, was he in that?
Yeah. Oh, you got to watch Air Force One, Lance. Classic.
Was this William H. Macy?
Yeah.
So have you seen...
Mr. President, you've got to get on that plane.
Have you seen Fargo?
Yeah. I've not seen Boogie Nights. I didn't like Fargo so much.
We've got a murder. Nope. That's not
Dunaway.
Doesn't sound like a Minnesota accent.
That's The Office. It's been a mud.
Yeah, I agree with Carson. Dunaway needs to do a movie podcast.
I'm down for it, LT. It'd need to be. I would need to have somebody on the other side of the aisle who is really good at movies for it to work.
Well, maybe you and Lunsford could do it, and we could just have you butchering everything. And Magnolia, he was really good too. That was another Paul Thomas Anderson film.
Yeah, I like Sally Field in that one.
Nope, not
Still
at all.
Magnolias.
Yep, not Magnolia though.
Two different movies about magnolias.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Podcast writes itself.
Julianne Moore, not Sally Field. Have I told you all the Sally Field story, by the way?
You were sitting under a clock and she was looking at you in a bar?
No.
Charlize Theron.
No, our buddy Charles Barkley was at dinner. I think he was with his daughter in New York, and this is recently, and Sally Field's at another table. And Charles is like, I don't want to bother her during dinner, but like, she's one of my favorites. And so he walked over and basically met her and I think it was her son, and she said the same thing, like, I wanted to walk over and meet you, but he was like, Sally Field is hot. And I was like, Sally Field's 75.
Burt Reynolds era Sally Field.
Oh, yeah. And
when she's in a wedding dress in the Trans Am.
Yeah, and have you guys ever seen the movie Birmingham with Arnold Schwarzenegger? It's, oh my God, what is the name? It's a bodybuilding movie. It's called... Anyway, she gets naked in that one.
Really?
Yeah, I'm surprised you hadn't seen it.
What's the name of it?
I'll tell you in 1 second. It's going to come to me.
Aaron Suttles, Yay, Alabama, and Bama and Bourbon says, listening to y'all butcher Macy's rolls is classic.
Not me, Aaron. You know better than that.
Not Lance. Really, it's just Dunaway.
Go follow Aaron at Yay, Alabama.
Stay Hungry. Stay Hungry was a movie.
Stay Hungry.
Yeah, they took it to Logan Martin in that movie.
Hey, Smuff is exactly right, by the way. Brown's movie podcast would be fantastic. It'd be really short, though. I've never seen it. Could be the name of it.
Yeah, no. I mean, no. It would be a bunch of shitty movies he's seen. It would be I've never seen the good movies.
I mean, can we just give? I mean, I am horrible at who actors are called and anything. But when you said Boogie Nights and a guy's name, the one that popped to my mind
was in Boogie Nights.
Was in Boogie Nights. Now I just didn't know his name. So then I went to what else he was in, which was Almost Famous. So I do get credit that he was the guy in Almost Famous.
No.
So, I mean, I'm not saying you give me an A for the class, but you got to give me a passing grade.
I mean, you're kind of hovering, but you got his role wrong first in the movie that I gave out.
No, 100%. But I showed my work, and though my answer is incorrect, my work was correct. the actor was in Boogie Nights and then also was in Almost Famous.
And
I'm
has
not
3
asking
names.
for
The wrong actor.
I'm not asking for the A. I didn't get the right answer, but give me a D for showing my work properly. I got 2 movies right that he actually was in.
Samuel says, I think Forrest Gump is terrible. Not sure how I feel about that. I don't think it's terrible. I just said it was one of the more, maybe the most overrated movie as far as the expectation, winning Best Picture, that kind of thing. Yeah, Brown, will you watch Boogie Nights and give us your review?
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's based on a true story.
Yeah.
Kind of like Cocaine Bear.
Kinda. Yeah.
Plenty of cocaine in this one, too.
It is. Have we done 4 downs? That is it right there. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, winter weather is going to be back this weekend. We're going to have a big snap. I think it's getting down to 30, 31 on Wednesday. Look,
7-day forecast.
Get stuck out in the cold. Winter weather takes toll on car batteries, so keep your car starting strong every time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We trust right here on The Next Round our vehicles with these guys. They're awesome. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. VulcanTireandAuto.com. When I drink coffee, I can do weather.
Lance is jittery.
Now, I've seen, we'll save it for when we come back. Quick break here. When we come back, we'll hear from Bruce Pearl about Auburn being in Birmingham. Rece, we'll repeat what Rece said earlier, too. Some of you guys got that in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. That's coming back on the other side. This is The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Goose says only a matter of time before some idiot tries to remake Smokey and the Bandit. It's surprising that of all the remakes, That one seems like it would be fairly easy to do.
Yeah.
And surprising that we have not remade Smokey and the Bandit yet.
But, there are some iconic films you need to stay away from.
Yeah, but we've already crossed that line.
I get that, but I just don't think anybody could pull off what Burt Reynolds did.
Yep. One of our listeners says Pedro Pascal, El Tigre says, could do Burt Reynolds.
He is the hottest one. Well, he might be the hottest name in Hollywood right now, but he's a little old, I think, to be playing the Bandit. But I mean, maybe Burt Reynolds was probably older than Pedro Pascal when he played the part of the Bandit.
Yeah, Carson's right. I was a fan of the all too short-lived Sports Night. The same guy who wrote West Wing, Aaron Sorkin, started that and then went on to West Wing. Love both of those. Macy was great on that show for its final season. And I think he was actually married to the head producer, and not the producer on the show, blonde-haired lady. Don't know her name.
I never watched it.
Okay.
Goose says they're remaking Roadhouse now with Jake Gyllenhaal. I don't know if that Jake Gyllenhaal video was real from UFC. Did you see it,
No,
Tyler?
yeah, he's a UFC movie. It's a UFC movie, so that to get to weigh in and the crowd and the UFC fighting, they had to shoot it during a real UFC event.
Because I saw it, I was like, what the hell is going on? And, I'd never seen somebody toss the ref like that and keep beating somebody down.
Yeah, it's in a movie. That's a scene in the movie.
From Roadhouse?
No. In a UFC movie, it's coming out.
So he's just going to be playing a fighter nonstop.
Yeah. Jake Gyllenhaal.
Did y'all like Roadhouse?
I've never seen Roadhouse.
I think
shocker.
I think I saw it. I think I saw it with. Yeah, I think I saw it back in the day.
With Kelly Lynch, I mean, you would know if you saw it. Kelly Lynch, 80s hair, he pins her against a wall. Much like
Bridgerton.
Bridgerton pins the girl against a tree.
I'm a big fan of either being pinned or doing the pinning against the wall.
So you would know if you've seen it or not.
I think I've seen it.
He takes
Roadhouse.
over the double deuce.
I think I did Roadhouse and
1989
and Dirty Dancing in a double feature one night. Were
you feeling Patrick Swayze or something?
Well, I think,
don't say it at a friend's house.
I think the girl I was seeing at the time back in high school or college, early college.
No, you didn't see it then.
When did Roadhouse come out?
89.
Nope. Wouldn't have been Roadhouse then.
You guys need to watch Roadhouse. It's kind of got that 80s cheese. I mean, it does. I mean, some of the bar fights, I've never seen a bar fight like that. But it's a classic movie. Dalton's a bad man.
Speaking of bad men, Adam and Chad at Hemp Hill, they'll tackle all the problems you have with heating and cooling systems. Get that air conditioning checked out before it gets hot again. Hemp Hill Services.
Hemp Hill, those guys are the absolute best. And right now, our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Way too quick of a stay in Nashville for Bruce Pearl and Auburn, but now they're in the NCAA tournament. They're a 9 seed. A winnable game against Iowa, the 8 seed, and then a virtual home game against the number 1 seed Houston is waiting for Auburn this weekend in Birmingham. Here is Bruce Pearl.
Fourth time, I guess, in 5 years for us to make the tournament, which I think is insignificant. I've always believed in life it's easier to get it going than it is to keep it going. And so I'm glad we have this opportunity, and then finally to be able to be in Birmingham, for our fans and for our students, and I think it's just awesome, and so hopefully we'll get great support, and see if we can have a shining moment or two.
Oh, shining moment of 2 there from Bruce. Now, Rece said the committee screwed up. I think it was his quote there when Rece Davis of ESPN was with us earlier. Because
Kelvin Sampson agrees.
And Kelvin Sampson is backing up Rece today. Is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, he said it yesterday. Who's the 8-9 in our bracket? Birmingham, right? He said. So Auburn gets to play in Birmingham. Maybe we should have been a 9 seed. Kelvin Sampson, Houston head coach. He was not happy about it.
Oh, yeah. How could he be? Be livid.
Well, I mean, the SEC and Alabama and Auburn run the NCAA, man. So, Sampson wasn't happy when they came to Tuscaloosa and got beat last year, and was upset about the officiating at the end of that game. Couldn't have been happier when Alabama beat them by a handful at Houston this year.
Yeah, I mean, but I do think he got the benefit of them playing in Kansas City, which is probably, I mean, that's if they were the overall one, that's where they were going to pick to play.
That's right. Would he rather switch places, Brown? I'll ask you.
All right.
Okay, here's my question to you. Whiny Kelvin Sampson.
And that easy done away.
Would he rather be playing
the Auburn fans?
A chance of going Auburn? It's only a chance, by the way, against Iowa. You could be playing Iowa in Birmingham, which makes this moot.
Moot.
Not where I'm from. It's mute.
You're from the wrong place then.
Wow. Shout out to Alabaster from him. It's
I can't help but they get it wrong.
Ryan Brown at callmebrownie.com. Iowa, Auburn, then Houston. Or would you rather be the one in the West where a lot of people thought they were going to go, where you have possibility of playing Arkansas, St. Mary's, UConn, TCU, Gonzaga, UCLA? I mean, I think he's pretty happy. Well, I'll take my chances with Auburn and Birmingham. If he really wanted either that or getting shipped out west, Kansas would switch places with them in a heartbeat right now to take their chance with Auburn and Birmingham.
In my opinion, if this game was truly in Neville, Auburn has pretty good shot. Being in Birmingham, really neutral court, there will be a ton of Auburn fans there. Brown has pointed out all the Houston fans, all the Alabama fans, comboed with the Houston fans, will be pulling against Auburn. So I just don't see Auburn beating Houston.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why everybody's so worried about Arkansas, though, because that would be Houston's draw. I mean, this is a team that's lost 4 out of the last 5 games.
But it's Kansas's draw in real life.
That's what I'm saying.
Would
But
have been
if you
Houston,
swapped,
yeah.
it would have been Houston's draw.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
if they beat Illinois.
Just sheer potential. They have more potential than some 8s out there, is my point.
I guess.
No, when they put it all together, yeah.
Just like Memphis, who's an 8 as well. Memphis, to me, is on any given night can be a dangerous team, but they have shown that that is not a consistent thing. Arkansas can be good enough to knock off a 1 seed, absolutely.
Well, unlike Penny Hardaway, Eric Musselman has a really good track record.
It was 2 back-to-back Elite Eights, right?
Yeah.
So,
and that's what you get with the 8 and 9s. Auburn's in the same boat. They haven't been consistent this year, but when they put it together, they've got the talent to knock off a number 1 seed. So does FAU. Now, they've done it a lot more consistently. They just do it at a lower level, so they don't get the same respect.
I do think it's interesting. Like, if you're an Alabama fan and you're sitting in that game and Auburn's playing Houston, your inclination is to cheer for Houston, right? However, the higher teams you can eliminate, the better for you. Now, you wouldn't play Houston till Houston, by the way, in the Final Four.
Yeah. By the way,
but what are the odds? Even if Auburn wins that game, you have to face them in the Final Four.
Yeah, let's clap back at Kelvin Sampson. If it's Alabama and Houston for the national championship, in Houston.
In Houston.
Guess we should have played in the NIT, so we didn't have to play here in Houston.
But you see what I'm saying, right? It's almost like you're caught. You want to pull against Auburn.
Yeah, but TR says I'm going to cheer for Auburn in that one if they're playing each other as a Bammer.
Yeah.
Give me eliminating the 1s.
Because you look at it and you say, all right, if Houston wins this game, what are the odds I might have to beat them to win the national championship? Fairly high.
No, that's a great point.
But if Auburn wins it, what are the odds I have to beat them to win a national championship?
Well, I gave Dunaway 21 states.
Yeah, increasingly low.
Yeah, you are
your best interest might be to pull for Auburn in that game if you're a Bama fan.
Yeah, the forget rivalries. You cheer for any upset you can get.
That's right.
To make your path easier.
Yeah. Now look, you're on separate sides. I mean, you're in the Final Four if this matters. But still, that's it.
When these
I think I'm right. Only the national championship. I think Midwest and West play each other East and South this year.
Double-digit seeds pull off a couple of upsets, get to Sweet 16. I don't know what the percentage is that go down there. It's a high percentage. They get to the Elite Eight, it's even a higher percentage they get eliminated. They get to the Final Four, they always get eliminated. So, if you can clear out as many, elite quality teams as you can, seeds 1 through 5, that benefits a team like Alabama, obviously.
I was just checking Midwest and West in the semis, East and South in the semis.
You like my 12 picks so far?
I didn't have my glasses on, cannot even read that. I was good to make out the bold print that said Midwest and West.
Well, don't steal my Kansas over Howard.
Didn't see it, but I assumed you would pick that. Bradley says, I'm more pissed that if Auburn beats Iowa, all their fans will be in the arena cheering for West Virginia or Maryland.
Now,
which
that's
somewhat
100%
eliminates the number one overall seed advantage. Everybody's got the same allotted tickets, Bradley. And I would tell you, I think Alabama fans had a head start on getting the other tickets because they've known a long, long time that they were going to be in Birmingham. And then when the other allotted tickets, when the fans start selling those, then it's up for grabs. So do your part as an Alabama fan or an Auburn fan and try to get to your advantage on Saturday.
I'll see if I can find out. The schools do not get a big allotment to these games.
No, I think it's like 500.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say maybe 1,000. It could be 500, but they do not get a big allotment. So, the school allotment is not going to pack out the BJCC. It is going to be secondary market or the Alabama fans that have known they're in this building for about a month now, probably.
Yeah. All right. Our friends at Michelson, one more segment to go here on this Monday live show. Replays always come back. You can get us podcasted anywhere. That includes on the iHeart app, Odyssey, Alexa. You can just ask for the next round. Get that set up for yourself. Apple Podcast, Spotify, and hopefully you're listening to us 24 hours a day on TuneIn as well. Michelson Laser Vision, get your eyesight right where you can read your bracket really easy.
Yeah, 969-8100. That's the number you need to call. You need to ask for Amy. You need to tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Was talking to a friend at Walk-Ons yesterday about LASIK. They were blown away that I've still got 20/15 vision after 2 decades. They were blown away. It only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I told them, Dr. Mark Michelson, I sincerely had this conversation yesterday, pioneer in the business, first to do LASIK in 1995, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Again, 969-8100 for more information.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
All right. Final thoughts here before LT tells you about Slice and then Brown tells us about developing NFL news. A little correction. WDE, which I think stands for War Damn Eagle. He writes in and says, the Gyllenhaal UFC stuff is actually part of the Roadhouse movie, that I was incorrect. So somehow he goes from bouncer to UFC in the new Roadhouse movie.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that is, he's a UFC fighter. They go out, they need somebody to bounce. So different angle.
So he doesn't go from Roadhouse to being UFC, probably UFC washed up to Roadhouse bouncer.
That's what I would say. And some millionaire that's got a bar he's got to clean up is in the crowd, sees him. He's like, this is the kind of guy I need to clean up my establishment.
Because throwing everybody around. Our friends at Slice, though, great place to grab a lunch today.
Absolutely. Local pizza, local ingredients. The Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris still run it. Great place. There's 4 locations now. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, and there is one right there in Crestline Park. The specialty pizzas are just incredible, from that Hot Mama you guys love, the Soul Pie, the Wing and a Prayer, Bajaya Special, Spicy Hawaiian. They've got it all. Stop by one of those 4 locations for great pizza, great brews. It's all at Slice. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
All right. Breaking news in the National Football League already. We've told you Chris Beard's the new coach at Ole Miss. That became official this morning. Didn't we have one other big NFL story today? Not yet, but we got one now. What is it, Brownie?
According to multiple reports now, the Raiders are signing Jimmy Garoppolo. The Raiders are giving 49ers quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo, according to Adam Schefter, a 3-year, $67.5 million deal, including $34 million guaranteed. It's according to sources to Schefter. So Jimmy Garoppolo is finding a new home, and he's finding it with the Vegas Raiders. And I think that's about what they had last year, honestly.
That's what, honestly,
Derek Carr.
I'm right there with you. I think they're almost equivalent quarterbacks talents-wise. And so you look at that division right now, it'll be interesting to see if Russell Wilson's able to bounce back at all. But at best, you're the third quarterback in that division.
It just seems to be a personality comfort thing with Josh McDaniel, right? Their days back when he was the backup with the Patriots, it's something he's comfortable with. And I don't know if he and Derek ever got along or what. I would tell you that...
and he wins games.
He does.
He does.
Jalen Ramsey to the Dolphins being called a salary dump by your Rams. Does that change your philosophy at all on what they're going to do this year, say with Matt Stafford or Aaron Donald? Will they sell off everybody? What do you think will happen?
I don't. I think that they'll keep those two. Those are kind of the pillars. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of those guys retire as Rams in the next couple of years, but this is a rebuild. And look, you sold your soul for a Super Bowl. You got it. I mean, that's the good news. The bad news is I probably have to deal with a rebuild as a fan for the next 3-4 years.
Forrester, is that a done deal, Stidham to the Broncos? Is that a done deal? Is that what you're wishing for?
No, I think Stidham is.
Yeah, I do think I saw that earlier.
Okay, so Stidham is now a Denver Bronco, former Auburn quarterback.
John in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, does this mean Rodgers will look really hard at the 49ers with Garoppolo out of the way?
No, I think the 49ers are happy where they don't have to do a roster dump. They have the luxury of having a quarterback going into year 2 and a quarterback going into year 3, and both of which they think are capable of winning a lot of games.
Yeah, they could take Trey Lance's and Brock Purdy's salary, combine them, double them, and still save cap space compared to signing one of these free agents, right?
Goose said Rodgers needs to look really hard at a shower in retirement.
It was so funny. A guy came up to me at the hotel bar, and I was getting up. I was like, you can have my seat. And we started talking. I was like, what's your name? He was like, Aaron Rodgers. And he looked like, I swear, he looked just like him. I was like, dude, you're like a foot short to be Aaron Rodgers, and you washed your hair.
All right, we're back tomorrow. Remember, go to our website and click on the QR code, enter the bracket challenge. Try to win Chuck's Bucks. QR codes everywhere to get you linked into that. We'll be talking more about that tomorrow on the show.
3:30 live today. Next Round Cocktail Hour. Brittany Wagner, Kelly Hunter, tune in.
All right, until next time, God bless you and God bless America.